Okay. Unfortunately, I had a stream crash. That's rather unfortunate. I had a little hiccup with my computer. I hope it doesn't happen again. But you never know. You never know what's going to happen in this crazy world. So yeah, this is my brainstorm. Before the crash, I just quickly talked about why I'm doing brainstorm, even though I've already uploaded a long form of it, a short form of it. Long story short, another person wanted it. So I'm doing it. I spent multiple minutes saying that very easily to wrap up short story, because when you're streaming, you gotta make a story out of it, right? You got a lot of time to fill. You gotta not milk it, but you gotta massage it a little bit, right? Gotta make it a little bit interesting here. Okay, now, shucks, I need to just put on some light paint. I am going to kind of do the rest of this base coat with a acrylic Sharpie marker. It's just going to speed things up, kind of make for a more interesting stream. So that's what I'm going to do. Just put a little bit more up top here. Looks a little loose. There we go. And I like doing the old borders in this kind of style. It's going to have like a little technical challenge where I have to kind of extend this kind of box here that's going to be missing. So that's kind of like a fun little technical challenge. Dr. Three Hands says hello. I don't know if you were here before the stream crashed, but the stream crashed about 5 minutes ago and I just got it back up. So if you're here before that, my apologies for the crash. Hoping that that's kind of behind us now. I know I need to kind of replace the cooling system in my PC now it's kind of summer here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Now my PC is far more likely to overheat, so I do need to invest in fixing my cooling system, but I don't think it should be so hot that it's crashing right now. I have like an AIO cooling system, and I know they're not the most efficient, but I have a ATX case or something. I've got like a mini case. It's hard to fit certain cooling systems in. Basically impossible to fit like a full water cooling setup. And the case I have, it's got like not so great ventilation, just like in the design. They updated the design of the case to have like mesh side panels so that it can actually blow air out of the case better with newer models. But unfortunately I have the older model that doesn't have that upgrade, so that's why I went with the all-in-one cooling system. But typically they have like a shelf life of like 6 to 7 years before they start seizing up. Like the water flow is not gonna work so well anymore after that point. And I've been using this computer since 2016, so we are far past that 6 to 7 year mark. I like to always kind of pull my brush strokes into like the vertical kind of alignment whenever I can, because that creates less texture to the eyeball. So that's what I'm just doing up here. But of course it's easier to get this straight horizontal line when I do it horizontally. But any overspill I can clean up. The one thing with the acrylic Sharpies is usually I'll clean up before I before I go on too far, because they dry pretty hard, pretty fast. I'm new to MTG. Are alters illegal or legal? Same question, different side. So they can be legal. Now, the ultimate caveat is it's up to the head judge of the event, right? And then as far as legality goes, you can't cover up the name. You can't cover up the mana cost. You can cover up the text down here. So typically in all the alters I do, I pretty much always try to make sure they're as judge friendly as possible, right? So the big ones are name, mana cost, don't cover those up. Then of course you need to paint it as thinly as possible. You don't want the card to be a marked card, right? I mean, it's going to be quote unquote marked because it's been painted and changed up, but you don't want to be painted thickly to the point where it's noticeable. Because if you can kind of look at it sideways and see raised thickness to it, then that might be a reason the judge decides not to allow the card. Of course, at your like casual commander nights, you can play with pretty much whatever you want, right? The caveat to that is if there's like a store with supported Wizards prizing, then they have to follow a more strict set of rules. But typically, proxies are not proxies, sorry. Alters are allowed. They're original Magic cards as long as you're kind of following the guidelines with the caveat, always up to the head judge. But yeah, it gets asked a lot, and like I said, there's a lot of little caveats and nuance to it. It's not a super easy yes or no question, but like another thing that is sometimes considered is if you can tell what the card is. So in that case, they don't like too much of the original art to be changed, right? So if I change this Brainstorm to Jimmy Neutron doing a Brain Blast, that's another reason a judge might not be happy to allow the card, right? So that's part of the reason I kind of always am extending the original Magic art instead of, I'm typically not replacing it unless of course someone commissioned it or it's a card for like my personal kind of like casual decks. But yeah, sometimes that comes up too, is they like to the original art not to have been lost or changed too much. That way, they want it so your opponent like can recognize what card you're playing, right? I will say that there are some formats also that are much more friendly to alters than others, right? So, for example, a lot of competitive commander events is a lot of the cards that are in the competitive meta are super expensive, right? And the competitive guys just they want like opponents to play with, right? And then Magic doesn't really overly acknowledge competitive commander as a format. So most competitive commander events are grassroots, right? So that means the players are creating the events, manning, staffing the events, taking care of the prizing, very grassroots. And then the cards can be expensive and people just want to have good games. So a lot of those events will not only allow pretty much any alters, but a lot of times they'll allow proxies as well. Whereas a format like Standard is going to be, mostly played at, sponsored stores by Wizards. Very kind of like formal environment. And then your altering kind of requirements are going to be a lot more strict. So tons of different factors. That's the beauty of Magic. Everything always has lots of factors. Thanks for the info. Yeah, I might have over-explained it, but hey, I'm streaming. I gotta keep talking, right? You gotta keep jangling those keys, right? I'm just kidding. I ain't jangling keys. I'm painting a Brainstorm. Like I said, usually after my acrylic Sharpie, I like to just do a quick fix because it dries on like really fast, and it cures pretty strongly too right away. So I just like to do little touch-ups. It just saves some work later, right? I can always touch it up at the end. But it's nice to have an easy cleanup job at the end of all the painting. But I will say, when I'm doing cleanup, I untape the card and I can get all the better angles on it. So I'm just going to do a little bit of cleanup here. But I also did a pretty decent job kind of not going onto my borders here, so it shouldn't be too bad. Now it's kind of funny, these acrylic markers, they kind of leave kind of weird surface that the rest of my paint doesn't love to stick to. So I usually just do like a super watered down wash. I just go over it one time with my paint. I know it seems like I'm adding a lot of layers to get this done, but all of this goes down really thin. This is basically just like spreading a light layer of water, and there's three things in paint, right? There's water, pigment, the thing that makes the color, and binder, which you can think of like as glue, right? So I'm almost just spreading a thin layer of colored glue just so that the paint will stick to itself after this. I don't know what it is about these Sharpie markers, but the paint just has a little bit more trouble sticking to them than it does itself, right? It makes sense. Any brand of paint is designed to stick to itself, but maybe not designed even to stick to other paints so much. So yeah, just like that. Little coat on top of the Sharpie, and then that will help all my other stuff stick and not kind of ball up and look a little funny. I think, what am I going to do for our arms? So in the original one, I had the arms coming over, and I had the sleeves coming over as well. So we want to emulate that for our client here. Let me see. I'm just going to mix a very kind of like neutral gray so it kind of sticks out against the other white stuff that I did, but also kind of helps us see the differentiation between the background and what's going to be the arm here and here. This is also kind of like a fun, chill stream because I've done this card before, so I don't have to be in the tank about it very much. I don't have to think so much, just paint, which is nice. Thinking's the hard part. I guess painting's the hard part too sometimes, but when you have to do both combined, that's tricky. I think I can go a little lighter than this, but I can also change it up as I go. So I'm just going to kind of give my arm some shape here. I actually hit that skin tone pretty close in value. Right, there's a little bit more yellow and stuff to it. Up here I'm going to be too dark, but that's okay. Can you alter my 1-1 serialized 1 ring? Yes, it'll cost $1 million, but I can do it. I mean, if you've got the $1 million ring already, like what's another million to alter it, right? No problem. That'd be crazy. You alter like one card and then you're set for life. I would keep altering, frankly. I keep altering like as a full-time job, but I wouldn't have to worry about the money too much. And then I'd probably pass on that to everyone. I'd be doing like 5 hours of alter work for $20 for people. If I was already set for life, why not, right? People seem to like the work. I like doing it. That'd be like the dream right there. To live in a society where the cash doesn't really matter. You're doing what you like to do. People like to see you do it. It's pretty nice. Maybe I should dodge the just like float the set symbol on this one. I do like the Marcadian Mask set symbol. I think like the very first time I ever had like any magic cards to my name, I know there was some Marcadian Mask in there, right? I never had anything really good or a lot of cards. I don't even know how I got them, frankly. I always say this, but it felt like at my school, my elementary school growing up, it felt like the show Recess in that there was like a new like trend, a new fad, a new craze every like week. So it'd be like Magic cards, Pokemon cards, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Crazy Bones, you name it, right? There's even a point of time where we would just bring in our like Lego in Ziploc bags and just play Lego at recess, right? Yo-yos were a fad for a while. The best brainstorm art? Yes, I agree very much so. I also like the Mystical Archive, the cat with the big headache, let's call it. I like that one, but it's not the best one of all time. The goat is right here in front of us, my friends. Very much so. Okay, I'm gonna put in just, a light blue to mark out the shape of my sleeves. Just a very, that was a lot. Look at this hack. This is my hack for when I put too much paint on my palette. I just scoop it up and I put it back in the tube. Now, who said you can't put toothpaste back in the tube? They weren't trying very hard, I'll say that much. Alrighty. Add a little bit of white. I like to kind of get all my shapes in with really light colors. I'm sure there's lots of techniques where you paint dark to light, but I just find it makes less layers to paint light to dark, I find. Because it's hard to cover up something dark with light. So usually when I'm painting, I'll err towards the side of making less layers when I can. I've talked with another altarist, like Studio K. I've talked with lots of other altarists. I'm in like a Discord anyway. But Studio K, if you've heard of her, she does amazing altars. But she is like a layer fanatic. Every part of her advice is like less layers good, more layers bad. And I agree. I do agree. But I will say, since I'm like still learning painting and techniques and stuff, sometimes I make some extra layers just by testing things out. I don't exactly know how to make this effect, so I'm gonna just kind of throw paint at the problem till we get there. So sometimes that is my experience with layering. Amazing art complemented with amazing board just puts it above every other printing. Yeah. That's why like so many times when I'm working with these old borders, like I like to keep this part. I love to keep this nameplate. I really like these old borders, and I keep a good chunk of them because I find them really cool. And especially these cards, just like this Brainstorm, where it's kind of like framing like a character in this like taking up 3/4 of the card style. It just gives them that little bit of extra space to breathe when you get rid of the sides. And I just think it's just a phenomenal kind of treatment But yeah, that's, and like a lot of my alters is I'm typically doing extensions more than anything, because I just really like, old school magic art. So I'm kind of like just paying some homage to those artists and kind of slightly changing up the card, but I'm always trying to keep the vision that I see in the card, right? Like, for example, on this card, we've got this head that's so framed by our glowing orbs, right? We've got our lines pointing straight up here. We've got the orbs. It's got such high detail down here. Everything is focused in on this. And then the arms, you can see, have much less detail even than the hands, right? And I have not painted like further than this on the arms, right? These arms is just the detail that our original artist put in there. So they purposely kind of made the arms low detail and everything else high detail because they want to draw the eye up here, right? So when I do this stuff kind of like below that, I'm not going to be trying to pull the focus away, right? I'm going to try to be keeping the eye going to where it appears the artist wants your eye to go to. And that's the really talented artist, is just by like a basic look at the piece, you can tell exactly what they want you to be seeing. And that's really cool. And then one thing I like about doing this treatment as well is that it keeps our artist, our original artist, our illustrator's name there. I'm really a fan of that. I've had, some people say like, why are you covering up the name, right? Whenever they have like one in the art, I try to always keep that, right? A signature in the art, I always try to keep that. But a lot of times it's just difficult to float all that extra text, right? I'll say it how it is, like every little bit of text you float can be a lot of work. Let's see. Of course, our robe should be going down here too. Let's put a bit more blue in here to stick out. Kind of like, let's give it a little bit of shape. I don't want just kind of like some straight lines there. It'd be a little boring. I'm just going to make the outside a bit more sticky outy. And we'll probably do a little kind of like shadow, as if this box is like a real thing. Shadowing kind of the cloth right under it, which will help it kind of stick out from that blue border. Alright, you kind of got that snatched waist a little bit. Another reason I have to like white out this entire card is that the reds are really typically a lot of my reds are kind of not super opaque in their pigmentation. So that stuff underneath shows through. So you have to get really white for it to cover nicely. And I'm just going to mix a couple reds together because it kind of looks like in between a warm and a cool. I could be wrong, but we'll get there. I'm going to just put like a little bit of black into here to darken it up. I'm pretty sure last time I added a little bit of, what was it? Burnt umber, I think I added. And as I was doing it, I had this feeling like the brown wasn't super necessary. So this is pretty high and this is like very vivid. So I'm just going to add a little bit of white to dull it a little bit. Because otherwise it's like a little too attention grabby, I think. And like I said, we can paint a little bit kind of a little bit lighter in our first bits and then build up to kind of the shadows and the darkness. I find that's usually my preferred way of going about it. And we've got kind of like an abstract background here, which is always nice because you can end up painting into it in a pretty kind of like loose way that ends up working out most of the time. So I'm going to start just by putting an extra layer over top of where that edge ought to be. It always needs just a little bit more attention. And this is going to like put on like one kind of like base note, one kind of flat color, and then from there we'll add kind of all the texture in that we need. Do you use painter tape on the back of the card to stick it to paper? Yeah. The brand I'm currently using is Duramax. But typically when I use tape on cards, no matter what kind of brand I'm working with, I'll just stick it to my fingers a few times to slightly kind of reduce the adhesion of the tape. That way it doesn't take part of the card back with it when you take it off. I did use like a double-side tape on one of my first altars and it took a bit of the card with it. So those kind of cards sit in my binder and they're kind of like just for looking back at and reminiscing. I don't play them. So yeah, I use painter's tape and I just kind of like roll it around my paintbrush just to make a nice little loop. And then I stick it one to the top, one to the bottom, one up here, one down here. And that also keeps the card from warping. Paint looks very thin. Is that what you recommend doing? Thin paint and just doing as many layers as necessary? It all depends, right? When you're doing super high detailed stuff, you can't really afford to like thin your paint down too much, right? Because you need to be able to do those details, right? But when I'm just kind of like laying down a color, then I'll thin it down. I'll lay down my color, block in my shapes, and then kind of go more detail from there, right? But no matter what, you should be trying to paint like with thin layers, right? But you can paint thin layers without watering your paint down as much as I do. This is just kind of like a me thing. The like most astounding kind of altarists you see, they typically don't paint with their paints this watered down. Because like I said, they're getting those extreme layers of detail. But I'm starting with kind of like the loose colors and shapes, and then I get into the detail from there, right? Another thing is if you're using like carbon paper or what is it, transfer paper to like kind of like transfer a kind of like a sketch or your line work onto the card, then you don't have to like shape things out from there. You've already got, you know, your perfect pre-planned shapes lined up. So one way to just kind of get right into it without kind of layering things is to have nice transfer paper, right? But I usually try to find like kind of a base that I can use, and then I kind of paint on it from there. And sometimes it can make things a little bit easier and lend like that layer of cohesion. I'll give another, like this one's really clear that it would be red, right? But I'll give another example here. Just give me 1 second. I've got the card right here. For like Avenger of Zendikar, right? Is I would probably do like a wash of this really light yellow that's in the center, and I'd wash that all around, and then I would build up my greens on top of that yellow. So whatever I can afford to like wash, I will wash in, and then I'll start doing kind of more texture from there, right? But yeah, I just try to pick like kind of like usually, like I said, the lightest value, and then I work light to dark. And it all depends on the card. Sometimes if it's a really high detail card, I won't like wash in the colors like this. I just kind of like go top to bottom, trying to match like every detail. And then there's weird things I do when I'm painting that I do just for like the sake of time lapses, right? So that's like another factor, since like I know I'm typically painting for an audience, that also changes how I paint. Since I'm doing a time lapse, it's more interesting if things get like blocked out first, right? And then we go detail in there. As if I'd focus on like a one part for a long time. It's just like looks like this on the time lapse, and it's like hard to see anything really happening, right? So I block it in. I do like medium texture, and I go like closer and closer into getting all the shapes and stuff. There's a little bit of yellow to this color. That's probably from the glowing orbs, right? And then usually on my time lapse, like all the super detail stuff where I need to like get my head right here and really look at the card. Typically there's a cut, and then it goes to like the finished product, right? So all the parts where I'm doing that crazy detail are usually not in the video because my head would be in the way. But yeah, there's lots of like weird things I do, and I wouldn't recommend as a painter, but I do it because I'm filming videos. Like when I'm painting, I'm usually holding my brush like way back here, but if you see like, you know, the super detailed peeps, they're holding their brush like right here, right? So if you're working on something on this side of the card, right, you're not seeing a damn thing, right? So I'm typically holding my brush back, and then, like I said, I don't film the super, I usually film it, but it usually doesn't make the cut, the super detailed stuff where I'm choking up on my brush. But it's best to, you know, hold your brush pretty close the whole process and have more control over it. But it would make for some pretty poor videos if I did that, frankly. Ute6492 says, hello. Hello, my friend. Stay a while and listen. Okay. But yeah, this part, it looks kind of like pale, so I just add a bit more white. And then we've got a bit of that yellow from the glow of these orbs, right? And then it all comes down to just trying to emulate these little details that you're seeing going on. And it helps to just like stop and think about what's going on in the painting, right? So, for example, here when we've got this yellow glow up on our sleeve, that is probably going to have a little bit of like green lighting to it, right? Because you've got the yellow glow, plus the blue sleeve is you'll have like a bit of green there. Then of course you paint into the art some, and that helps blend it as well. I had someone DM me, or I forget if they DM me or I just saw them posting on the subreddit or something, but they're asking like, is it like cheating if I paint into the art? I'm like, no, that's the sauce. That's how it's done. There's no cheating. You're just making the card look really nice, right? So whatever you can do to make it look really nice, do it. I think I recognize your voice. You're the dude that got me into altars. I bought some acrylics just to modify my commanders. So cool to catch you live. Yeah, I've got the most monotone man in Magic, I like to say. I don't know if that's true or not, but I don't know. In my more recent shorts, I'm trying to put a lot of oomph into my voiceovers, but if I was to talk in my normal tone, it would be pretty monotone. I kind of like grew up in a really rural setting, so I didn't talk that much when I was a kid. I became like a notorious mumbler, frankly. So now I kind of got that more orangish yellow light that's closer to my orbs. I'm just going to kind of go back into my base red and get them down here. Which commanders of yours did you alter? Who was on the chopping block? As far as lives, I usually do like one a week. There's like a little overlap between when I still was off work and streaming, where I did a little bit more, but like quickly after I started streaming, I returned back to my gig, and that kind of took away any big extra time I might have had. I'm just going to kind of beef up my color a little bit before I get too into the little nitty-gritty changes. It just needs to be kind of like on average closer to the background. So it definitely needs a bit more deepening to this red. Just finished Lila, Undefeated Slick Shot, the Is It Plotting one, but my best is Rada Erta Keld. Give me 1 second. I'll pull up those. Oh, did you do the old printing of Rada? The old one is like really good. That'd be a really nice altar. Lila. I like the old printing of Rada. That's very nice. Oh yeah, Lila would be cool too. Nifty, nifty. There's so many like cards. Just today I got like a comment that was like, how do you keep finding these cards? I'm like, there's lots of cards out there. I don't know, I just like am a serial content consumer of Magic content. I just watch all the content. And then usually when I hear like a name being brought up a lot, I'm like, that should be a card I should look into, right? Or if you watch like Lowing Ray run content, if a card has a nickname, then it's probably a good signifier that it's a meaningful card in whichever format they're playing at the time. Now, it could either be famous or it could be infamous, right? For example, a lot of times when I'm watching Loading Ray run the North 100 Canadian Highlander show, they're calling the Planeswalker dog from Infinity, Comet, I think it's named. They're calling it like the stupid dog. So that is more of an infamous card than a beloved card in the format. But, you know, when I'm painting and I hear them bring it up a bunch in the background, I'm like, okay, that's a card I could look into. I hate comment. It's so strong, yeah. See? Bada bing, bada boom. And yeah, it looks like it was the old Rada. Yeah, that's a gorgeous card with those yellows in the art. Good choice. Certainly have taste. I need to cut it from my cube just from spite. Yeah. It can just be like really swingy, right? You hit those rolls and you never know what's gonna happen. It's like a chaos card that's also like overtuned in a way, right? It's not like making fun chaos, it's just like blowing someone out type of chaos. Oh wait, I don't want that there. I actually had it nicer the way it was. Oh, you play Steve? Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If the card has a nickname, it's iconic, right? Ding ding ding. What formats do I play? My favorite format is Pauper Commander. And then after that, I like 60 card Pauper. I'm a big Pauper guy. I like to save that money, you know what I'm saying? Then I haven't played any. I'll be straight up and say I haven't played any, but I really like kind of the gameplay I'm seeing of what is it? What is it called? What is it? It's like oh gosh, why is it escaping me? It's like the old card format that's kind of like kicking off these days. What's it called? My brain keeps saying the word modern, but it's not modern. It's what the hell are they calling it? It's got like the like, was it Phyrexian Dreadnought? The Stifle Knot? What is that format? Pre-modern? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, pre-modern. Yeah, I haven't played any, but I've been really enjoying kind of the pace of the format when I see, you know, other people play it, like Goldfish or whoever's playing pre-modern. If I see that in my recommendations, I'll usually check it out because I really like that pace. And I've been really enjoying the MTG Goldfish. They're kind of like best standard deck ever bracket. That's been so good to watch. I watch a lot more Magic than I play it. I will be honest about that. I recently got like reached out to by like another YouTuber who makes CDH comment and they want to like collab. So we might have a video where they teach me how to play CDH or they throw me into the trenches. I don't know exactly what would be the most interesting video idea, but that might happen in the future. I don't know. I don't think I'm like a great choice to collab with because one, I'm not that big. Two, my niche isn't like playing the games, so people know not have a clue who I am. But I mean, if they want to invite me and jam some games, teach me the format, I'm not one to say no to that. Sounds good. It's close to modern, yeah. I had like modern on the tip of my tongue. but my brain kept saying something like Modern Masters or Modern something. And it wasn't ringing right because it's like prefix modern, right? Pre-modern. But my brain kept saying like modern then something. Beginner altar cards? Let me see here. Bing bong. Got like my binder. Oops, sorry if that made a big mess. I've got like my binder. I'm just looking at what cards are not so bad to alter. Snarling Gorehound is pretty good. You don't have to go into like too much detail on that kind of like cityscape. Just make it like red and glowing. You don't have to get super detailed about it. Add a little few shadows in there. Any card where you can kind of fade it to black is super easy because you just don't have to worry about putting a bunch of stuff in here. I kind of struggle with putting little things in this tiny area that make sense and aren't looking just like kind of contrived between that small border. So cards that fade to black, and then there's also kind of like a matter of preference as well, right? So ignore the fact that my bark form damage Harvester has a bit of damage. I accidentally stuck some tape to it after painting it. But anything with like these really kind of like soft backgrounds, personally I like, because I like to paint so wet and kind of let the paint fill it in itself, right? So I like doing really kind of not super hard details, kind of like vibey things, right? Like I said, the background of this Brainstorm is pretty chill, right? You don't have to make any lines kind of connect as well. This printing of Oblivion Ring was kind of a good starter altar because a lot of this kind of like black stuff is just in silhouette, right? Once again, we're fading the black. We've got black silhouettes. And then up here, we've kind of just got some shapy, loose clouds. And then we've kind of got kind of like a gradient of light green to dark. And then just kind of some more silhouetted trees in here. So this Oblivion Ring is a pretty chill choice. I won't go on this too long. Let me see. Maybe one other one I'll look at as a good option. Once again, this Carrion Feeder. A lot of black cards you can get away with fading to black on them and it looks nice. Then we have kind of this blue and up here in the midground. So we just bring that kind of like blue into it a little bit. I know it's hard to see on camera. And then the sky is like pretty much one note. So good practice color matching the sky. You just need to match one color and then you're pretty much good to go. And then your kind of foliage here is all silhouetted once again. So paint your favorite cards. Yeah, that's a good point too. Paint your favorite cards. So I started just painting cards that were in my kind of like Pauper Commander Tormod Rograk deck, right? And I would just kind of look through it and be like, which one do I feel confident that I can paint, right? And I would paint that, and then, you know, slowly I was running out of like cards that in my mind were like easy to do. So then I was like challenging myself more and more with kind of more difficult cards as I ran out of the cards that I perceived as kind of easier. So right now, when we've got like a vibey kind of background like this, I like to have fun with it because I can get away with like watering my paints down and almost just like watercoloring the background. I think I just uploaded Soul of Windgrace today, and I did this for like almost the entire card. Is I just watered it down, my paints down, and kind of put them in. You can kind of move the paint a little bit around if it's not kind of falling exactly as you like it, but it kind of takes the pressure off, and you can kind of just like let the paint do its thing in a way. But some people probably like doing super, super small detail and like something with a lot of lines, maybe. They like lining up the lines. If you look at witness protection, that's kind of like the other side of the spectrum. It's got some like really clear lines to it. And they all kind of make sense. And you just kind of have to make the lines longer in a way. You can get out your ruler, right? Colorblind, but I don't think I'll let that stop me. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely cards that are more about the shades and the value rather than the actual like color of the card. So one card I did was Atris. What is it? Atris Oracle of Truths, I believe, is the card's full name. And he's kind of like all gray, and most of the card is gray. He's standing on front of some gray steps with some kind of like gray low-lying mist. And when I painted that one, I didn't even put any color into it till the end. I did it entirely in like kind of like grayscale, just because I saw it was so much gray that I said, hey, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to practice my values and really nail them in. So I painted the whole thing in between shades of black and white and gray. And then at the end, I just did a very slight kind of like purplish wash in a few areas to add the very slight purple that was in the card. Denny draws. Hey, Sebastian, how's it going? Are the summer markets started back up? I know that it wasn't that long ago we had snow here. It's probably similar where you are. I won't dox you, don't worry. But I know you said you attend some of the summer markets, Danny, so I'm wondering if they're started back up or not. Or if you have any ones on the horizon. Oh. Half of my favorite cards I have borderless versions of, sadly. Well, I mean, if you're trying to make like a borderless deck, that can be a fun thing. You've already got so many borderless cards. Then look at the ones that you want to become borderless. Once school ends for me next week, I'm going to start painting the cards in my cube. Oh, that's awesome. Cubes have a lot of cards too. Like a cube, I think was the small size for a cube. 324 cards about? Something like that. I could probably math it out if I thought about it enough. What, it's like 6 players times 15 times 3. That's 45 times 6. That's math on stream. 135 times 3. I don't know. It's a lot of cards. I can start with the cheap commons before getting the expensive cards. Yeah, I like the pauper formats. So a lot of my cards I've started with were cheap commons. I still like painting a lot of cheap commons. Brainstorm is a common. It's not the cheapest common these days, but you can definitely find cheap printings of Brainstorm. But yeah, I painted a lot of inexpensive commons. I still like to do so. I've kind of branched out into more kind of commanders and commandery staples, since a lot of people like to watch that kind of content. So I'm putting more of that out there. But you know, that's just algorithm bait. It doesn't mean it's always the best thing to paint. I find a lot of time with like legendary creatures, for example, it's just kind of like a dude standing there in the art, right? He's just standing there, menacingly. Whereas a lot of time on the commons, you get a lot more action in the art, right? But usually with the legendary creatures, they're trying to really like not push their IP. I don't think Magic cares about it that much, but they're trying to really like build a character, right? Danny recently got a card altered and says the markets are springing up, but they haven't signed up for any recently. That's alright, you'll find some. Probably need to like build up some stock too. That's the problem. Like, people are telling me, oh, you got to go to the card shows and you got to go to, your local LGS and bring your trade binder. It's like, I've got like 15 cards painted at any given time. It's not a lot. 360 is the minimum for 8 players. I think I was getting close to that math. What did I say? 45 times 6? That's... No, I'm not trying it again. But I think I was close. That's 90 times 3. Okay, I was off. I was thinking like 270. But 360 cards altered, like... My gosh, that's so ambitious. I think everyone who starts altering has like the dream, like, I'm going to alter my commander deck, or I'm going to alter... Even a 60 card deck is like a huge undertaking. I was unemployed and I was like altering cards every day, and I didn't even get to like half of my 100 card commander deck in like 4 months. But then I started getting like a lot of commissions, so I was doing a lot less kind of alters for myself. Oh, 325, that's the number you gave? Oh, okay. Well, that was close. Glad you got your pedals for your cube a while ago. Yeah, I bet. I bet. Lotus Petals is just like one of those cards where it's like, I feel like I need to bite the bullet eventually, but it never feels like the right time. It's got the name Lotus in it, so like they're gonna reprint it at some point, but it all depends. Like, if they print it in a secret layer, that's not gonna budge the price much, especially if it's like some sort of IP crossover that people aren't getting behind. It's not gonna budge the price at all. Whoa, mama, I didn't know I had that much white on my brush there. Whoopsie doodles. Whoopsie doodles, god dang. Am I a teacher? My god, there's a lot of chatters in here today. What is Sunday, the secret sauce of streaming or something? I usually stream on Friday when people are at the LGS. Or doing their Friday night magic of some sort. So I think that's why it's usually a little slow when I stream. Danny painted a soul ring in their style. That's awesome. You said you got a card altered recently. Like, did you get it from someone or did you alter it yourself? Is that the soul ring you're referring to? Not all of it will be altered for the cube. Well, that's good because it would be brutal. It would be a huge undertaking. But another thing cool is if you start altering, you can also like trade cards with other alterists. Like if they like your style, if you did a card that they want, they have a card that you want, then you can trade with other alterists too, and it kind of like unlocks like a way to really fill up your altar supply and kind of meet new people and stuff as well. Very cool kind of corner of the altering world is kind of meeting those new people and all that. Do you use a runny paint for all parts of the card or just for noisy backgrounds like this Brainstorm? Yeah. I use kind of like a very watered down paint when I'm painting something that's like vibey, right? And then as I do more detailed stuff, then I have to use, normal undiluted paints typically. My preferred way to paint is to go from vibey to detailed. So I always kind of like start off kind of like vibey when I can, right? Some cards you just can't get away with it at all. And then I go into like more detail as I get closer. And it's also, like I mentioned before, it's like a little bit an aspect of the fact that I do time lapses and I'm recording it. Because when I do detail, I have to hold the brush more like this, right? And my head has to be like right here, and you're seeing nothing at all. So I always kind of start off really loose, and then I get more into the detail. And usually, if you watch my time lapses, the card is like 80-ish% done, and then there'll be a little transition, and then it's the final art, right? So in between that 80% done and the final art part, that's where I'm, choking up on my brush. I'm using really concentrated pigments. I got my head right on top of my piece, all that kind of stuff. That helps get those little details in. You altered it yourself, Danny. That's awesome. Maybe I'll try to alter some fairy macabras. Not the cheapest nowadays. Yeah, I think they're like $4.50 or something. But I play on multiple decks and the background looks doable. Yeah, it's a very nice art, Fairy Macabre. And yeah, a really lovely card. And it gets a lot of play, that's for sure. Like, I should probably be playing it in my, like, Tormod Rograk Pauper deck. Pauper Commander, that is. But I was able to say, but I don't have any. But I actually think I have, like, a play set of them somewhere. I just think it's, like... It's a free way to make a 2/2 zombie. But the deck has a million ways to make 2/2 zombies already. That's not the biggest bottleneck I experience. Mana is usually the biggest bottleneck in that deck. Just adding some kind of shadows now. I kind of got like my base red, and then I had a bunch of like yellowish reds, orangey-ish reds near our orbs. Now I'm kind of doing a bit of shadows. And then I'll need to find kind of the exact right red hues I'm looking for. Bland, walls, skies, grounds, stuff like that. What kind of paint am I using? I'm using golden acrylics. This one here. When you see the artist doing the super detail stuff, they're usually using fluid acrylics like this, right? So these, you don't water these down, you don't mess with them, you just use them straight out of the bottle, and they are quite good for reproducing very firm details, right? But yeah, for vibey stuff, I mean like backgrounds, I mean stuff where you don't have to make it look like a actual like physical object. Like for example, if it's a sword, you have to extend it so that it looks like a perfect sword, right? If you have like this novice inspector and you just need it to like have a gradient and be some sky, then this sky I would kind of like dot in with really watered down loose paints. But then when it's time to do these spires in the background, then I would use paint that hasn't been watered down, paint in my spires. And then depending on the levels, I might kind of go back and blend it in a little bit. Mana issues in black, that's some pauper legal rituals. Yeah. Trust, like, my Tormad Rograk deck, I think it's got like 4 or 5 rituals in it. It's not that the deck... It's that the deck has a ton of mana sinks, so it can use like infinite mana, right? So I make a lot of mana with my rituals, but the deck is always like more, give me more mana. So the deck can use like as much mana as you can make, frankly. But yeah, I'm already abusing so many rituals in that deck. It's a very kind of like mana greedy, hungry deck. It's got like all those, like pay 3 mana of any given thing to either put a card from graveyard back in the hand or back into play. And then if Torma is out, that makes a 2/2 zombie, and then you can sacrifice it and then pay again and bring it back and make another zombie, and just like recursion value town. Yeah, always put my paint on the wet palette. The wet palette doesn't make the paint more wet per se. It doesn't like water it down by itself. It just kind of stops it from getting dry, if that makes sense. So yeah, my paint is always on the wet palette, whether I'm watering it down or not. And putting it on the wet palette doesn't water it down, because it's only the bottom part of it that's making contact with the palette, right? So that's usually fine. Got a lot of yellow in here, probably more than I need. But the thing is, I'm going to be adding in another layer of the orbs, so the Tormod deck, yeah, it's like my baby. I have like a Mox field. I'm pretty sure it should be public on my Mox field. If you just search Bastion Altars, no spaces, it should show up. And then it's Tormod Rograt Aristocrats. It's a Pauper Commander deck, but it's schnasty with it. The big weakness, of course, is if they catch your Tormod. But you've got stuff like Dread Return, so if you made 3 zombies, which is pretty easy. You blink and you make 3 zombies in the deck. Then you just sacrifice them, bring Tormod back. If your Dread Return is in the graveyard. Stuff like that. Or you just cast Bubbling Muck and you have like 13 black mana on turn 5 or something. And you just cast them out again. Alright, I just have to kind of like deepen my blue here now. And this is going to take like a couple layers. So I'm going to go like blue arm, blue arm, blue arm, blue arm. Kind of like back and forth until I've got them to the point where I've got a solid base color. Just so that each one can kind of dry out a bit for the next layer. Yut says thanks for the advice. Give me, what was that called? A super chat? I don't even know, to be honest, but thank you very much. The last super chat I got, I actually used it to get like the pro version of this camera app on my phone called Droid Cam. Before that, there's like a big watermark and it would like move around and I'd have to constantly try and manage it. My point being that I'll probably use this super chat for something, to build the stream and to kind of like build the whole thing as well. It's kind of my mindset. If it came from someone who likes watching the live, then I should use it to do something to better the live watching experience, right? Makes sense to me. One thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing that weekend wheel event again on Friday. But like I said, I wish I could do it Sunday, but I have to go to work at 6 a.m. on Mondays, so I don't think I'll be streaming till 3 a.m. on Sundays, because that's what time I've went the last 2 times I did that weekend wheel event. But yeah, if you're kind of like new to the stream, do the channel. Typically on some weekends I'll do, here, let me just get it. I slap, let me move this a little bit. I slap like 8 cards on this wheel. And I paint them like all at once. That way I have like I can make like play sets for people. And also because I'm being really efficient with the work, I can offer it at like really good prices in my shop that way too. What do I do for a living? Oh, why is my palette? Oh, I just moved it. For a living, I'm like a department manager at a grocery chain. But recently I've changed from being the produce department manager to working in the bakery. So right now I'm baking bread. Going in at 6 a.m. and I'm baking bread. And it's actually been a good change up from being a manager. It's like my kind of like thought process on trying to be like a retail manager is either you you die the hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain, right? So either you hit burnout, like defending your team and working hard alongside them and leading from the front and doing stuff that a good leader ought to do, or you become the bad guy who's in the back room in the manager's office, not doing anything, on their phone, right? And I hit a point of extreme kind of burnout where I, in my mind at least, died the hero. And I hit that burnout and I was off on WBCB for a while. I also got like threatened and knives pulled on me by homeless people, stuff like that, unfortunately. Just the area my store was in. So I came back and now I'm in the bakery and I don't have to lead the team so much anymore. And it's been a lot kind of better for my mental health. But yeah, long story short, all my stories are long when I'm streaming. Usually I'm pretty succinct in person. But I gotta talk about something, right? Long story short, I work retail. And I have for a long time. And it eats away at your soul. But now I'm part-time. Well, not part-time, but I'm not managing anymore. And I set up an availability so I could have weekends to spend with my girlfriend and predictable days off and stuff like that. I took a little bit of a pay cut to kind of transition into that role, but it's been worth it to have like some semblance of a life and sanity in my life. All right, so last time I did this, I need like, it's such a strange skin tone. It's so gray, but there's also like undertones of like green in there. I used to work in Indigo Coals in Bonnie Doon. Oof, Bonnie Doon is a terrible location. Wait, Bonnie Doon is I call it the old people mall in Edmonton. Okay, it's not so terrible. But, I had a friend who worked there in that mall for Target. Well, Target was briefly a thing in Canada. For anyone in the US, Target came to Canada and it didn't even last a year before they shut down all the Target stores they opened here. Canadians just weren't about it. I have no idea why. I never went personally. It just seemed like Walmart too. But Walmart was already existing in all the like premium locations where you would build a store like that, right? But yeah, he worked at Bonnie Mall and it's not like super great. It's surrounded by, yeah, Danny says old people abound. It's not a shot or a dig at old people. It's just the mall is literally like surrounded by like retirement communities. And I think like modern day like what was the word I'm looking for? Like modern day big business does not account for you to spend a lot of time talking to elderly people who like to talk, right? They budget the bare minimum of hours to run any establishment, and that's the time you get. They don't care that you're living in a community or working in a community that might have different needs. It doesn't matter. Just get the job done in the allotted time. So yeah, I could see why that could be difficult. This weird gray undertone is so strange to hit. Sorry if my sigh is really loud and awkward on stream. I'm like, I gotta get this just right. But see, at this point where I'm messing around with these little skin tones and stuff, I'm no longer using the watered down paint, right? Now I'm using like paint that I want more control of. And I'm like, I would be generous, I think, if I said I was actually in like the top 50% of Alterist. I don't even know if that's true. I would probably assume that I'm not in the top 50%. So a lot of things I do are not the best way to do it. It's just kind of what works for me. I have no classical painting training, no real background, right? You know, I took like art classes in high school, but I went to high school in, you know, very rural kind of not art leaning community. So I didn't have like great access to learning resources. And then I pretty much took like art classes because that's where my friends were, right? You know, I was interested in the subject matter, but basically my whole kind of junior high, high school experience was just do whatever my friends are doing and hang out, kind of a vibe. This needs to be like a little darker, this blue. Yeah, the time spent talking to elderly. Yeah, that's what I was saying. And the businesses, they do not account for that. They just say, you know, get the job done in the time that we give you, even if it's not nearly enough. Which is 99% of the case, even when your location isn't in a place where you're likely going to need more time to assist people. Yeah, I found my way into painting. Yeah, like I said, I was off work for a while, and you know, I've always thought that magic altars were just so cool. And I think what was really nifty is like I've always been kind of like a creative person, but I didn't really give myself the time or space to practice. So if you've never practiced anything, you don't develop any skills. And then when you pick it up, you feel like I always feel like embarrassed, right? Because I hadn't developed any noteworthy skills, and I just had that negative self-talk that I wasn't, you know, good at any of this stuff. But I think I just got like lucky and kind of like my first couple altars that I looked at and I was like, hey, that doesn't look half bad, right? I do have a little bit of that kind of like, what is it, synesthesia, right? I don't want to self-diagnose, but I have trouble like envisioning something in my head. So when I have kind of the original artist kind of plan to work with, it helps me out a lot. And like I said, I'll typically just kind of pay homage and really help develop the plan that I see in the art rather than inject my own plan, because frankly I don't see much of a plan in my own mind. So a little glow around where that orb is. Now, one thing that I really try not to do is I try not to go super into the detail until this like background element is like gone, right? Like, for example, if I start working on the detail on the sleeve, I can still see these lines and this border. So I need to just keep blocking that out. And I think this arm, I can't see any of that stuff, but this arm I may see just a little bit of it. And what I do is I'll just put down any random color if I see it, just to help cover it up. Usually a higher pigment color, because like that way I don't get too attached to it until it's like actually covered up, right? So this arm was actually looking pretty good, but I can still see a little bit of that line through it. So I'll just plop whatever color I have on my brush on top of it. That way I'm not too upset about quote unquote ruining what I already had, because it's already not that great if you can see the background through it. When you water down, your colors, do you just take a bit of water in the brush and then take it to the palette? Yeah, so typically, like, if I'm like cleaning my brush off in the water, like it's full of like water just taking it out, right? It's got tons of water in there. And we already see like my paper kind of like buckling just from the water being in the paper. Normally I'll have like a paper towel off to the side to put the water into. And I'm not doing a time lapse right now, so I don't care if the paper buckles and my card like moves a little bit. That's why I'm just kind of putting it on there. But if I don't want water in my brush, I will like tap it out on my finger, right, to get some water out. I'll put it on my paper to dry it out. I'll squeeze a little bit out with my fingers, whatever, right? So I get the water out and then I go to my paints. Typically, when I'm like watering down my paints, is I'll just do my brush stuff like normal. And I'll just do like a couple taps to get the water out. But then I'll go and I still have water in my brush, right? So very rarely am I getting like a big scoop of water and then kind of putting it in. Typically, I only do that for like the very first where I'm loosening up my white to put down the white border. After that, anytime you kind of put your brush in the water, there's a ton of water in your brush. Even then, I get some of it off. There's still water in there. And then that water adds some. So usually I don't have to like get a big old drink. Your water will just like, your brush will just suck up a lot of water by itself. And then it usually just comes down to how much of that water you knock out before you put it back into your paint. At least for me. But like I said, no super training, no background. A lot of time. Another reason I like to paint thin is because a lot of times I have no plan, right? I'm just going at it till something works, right? So if I paint thickly, then all those layers like will add up a lot more. So I paint really thinly, knowing that it's going to take me some layers to achieve the effect I'm looking for, because I don't really know all the time exactly how to get the effect without testing some things. But yeah, it's all like one big experiment in a way. For example, like if I'm color matching, one thing I like to do is I'll just test it right on the card, right? Say, okay, that's too bright for that. And then just get a little wet Q-tip and pull that right off, right? No harm, no foul. So a lot of times I'll do that, especially when I'm like doing a live stream and I'm not like recording a time lapse, or I'm just like painting, not recording anything. I'll like dab right on the cards to test the colors. No way, really? Talking about the synesthesia type bit. Do you even see anything? Okay, wait, I gotta go back in the chat a little bit. I never understood that. Aphantasia, I mean. Can't you guys rotate a 3D apple in your heads? No, what? You can rotate it? No, I cannot rotate an apple in my head. What, you can rotate it? Bro, what are you talking about? Do you see anything when someone asks you to think of an object? Does anything come up? Like, not really, to be honest. Like when, like I'm not trying to be extra, but like I can't really picture things in my head that well. Like for example, if I'm sketching and like if I'm thinking about like a big two-handed sword, and I was like sketching it, like there's nothing in my head. I'd just be like, okay, sword big, sword wide, sword long, sword pointy, and then two-handed sword. Usually there was like kind of like the part that people could grip, and then there, like if it's like a Zweihander, it's got like the like big hilt like this usually. And then usually it's got like a really long handle for more leverage. I don't even know if the camera's picking up half this. Anyway, I'm like, yeah, something like that, right? And then I would just like do like 15 renditions of this until, you know, I got parts that I liked. But at no point could I pull up like an image of a really cool sword in my head and then just draw that sword. Danny says they're a lucid dreamer, but I can't see anything. Yut says, dude, that's crazy. I can cut an apple and do other stuff with it? What do you mean? Yes, all that. I can morph an apple into the pear. Oh my gosh. Y'all should be the artists. Like, what do you mean you can do this stuff with your mind? I can't picture an apple in my head. Like, if I think of an apple in my head and I close my eyes, I really try to picture it, I can see like maybe a red or green like sphere. It would not look like an apple. Sorry if I'm like a little salty about that. I would love to be able to see stuff in my head like that. Rotate it around. Like you're describing like sorcery. You're describing like Sherlock Holmes when he goes into his mind palace over here. Ain't no way, dude. I can do it in my head, but can't really convey it, put it on the paper. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's just like developing the muscle memory, I guess, right? I'm not saying anyone who can really have a strong visualization in their mind should be like goated right from the get-go. You still have to build up kind of your hand-eye coordination and such. Oh my gosh. I don't have an inner monologue either. Man, chat's going crazy right now with this brain stuff. I don't got it like that. I'm sorry. When I read a book, okay, if I read a book, right, and it says a character has like black hair, 2 chapters later, I don't know what color their hair is, right? I don't picture them in my mind. I don't build that like image. Like it could be a series I've read like lots of time. I know, like for example, like in Harry Potter, Ron's hair is orange, but that's because it's like gotten to the point of being like in the cultural zeitgeist, right? Or at least it was, you know, a decade or more ago. But reading through books, I will forget like the physical descriptions of pretty much any character within a few chapters. I wish I had a higher quality card. Kind of irks me that this isn't like near mint. It said lightly played and it had like little scuffs on the edges. Whole village of brain goblins. He's part of the 40% that doesn't. The 40%? Bad thought brain goblins? Whoa. Yeah, I don't see anything. I mean, like I said, I think an apple in my head, it's like I see red sphere. I see like green sphere. If someone's like Granny Smith apple, I'm like, oh, green sphere. My old friend. It's crazy that I just had like a bunch of regular ass kind of like white in there and it actually kind of worked. Can still see some lines though, so I'm not going to be accepting of that. You got to be firm in your resolution to get rid of these lines. Can't let them be there just because it looks okay. Dude, I remember when I used to ask my dad how he slept so fast, and what he said, just don't think of anything. Like, what? Yo, I'm very familiar with this. I got a lot of thoughts in my head, and my whole family says, oh, just don't think of that stuff. My girlfriend too, oh, just don't think of that stuff. Ah, got it. I'll just tell my brain to not think of that stuff. Why didn't I think of that? I feel like an idiot. This whole time I just had to not think of it? Very good. My problems are all gone now. I mean, I fall asleep really fast because I live in a constant state of being sleep deprived. Because I typically only sleep like 5 hours a night. Like, my dream is to sleep exactly 6.5 hours a night. Because my theory is you get 2 REM cycles and you get a half-hour wiggle room to like fall asleep if you struggle falling asleep. I know like all the science points to like 8 hours being the amount you need or whatever, but also it all points to the fact that it's all about the REM cycles, right? A REM cycle is roughly 3 hours. So in my mind, if you can fit 2 REM cycles, that's the perfect amount of sleep. But this is coming from a super uneducated, knee-jerk, unfounded opinion. Brain shut down button. Boo! I had a boss once tell me, just don't think about your anxiety, it'll go away. Ain't no way, dude. Thanks, man. Totally fixed my whole life. Yeah. Like, I adore my brother, but he hit me with the, oh, just don't think about that stuff. One time I was like, shit, you right. I was like, that's how you do it? But I will say, my brother was like, oh yeah, like that stuff comes in my mind, but I just don't think about it. I'm like, wait, so it comes in your mind, but then you choose not to think about it? How do you do that? He's like, I just don't think about it. I'm like, all right, now you've lost me. You piqued my interest, but now I'm lost, right? Do do ding dong. To be mentally well, what a treat that would be. Now we're just adding in this little highlight or shadow on the arm here. Bada bing, bada boom. And then I'll add a little shadow over here too. I'm not going to do too much because we're going to... Uh-oh. It's looking a little not so nice there. There we go. Just had to move it around a little bit. I lost my train of thought. Let's look at these shadows. Oh, I was going to say because we're going to like have a big shadow here where the sleeve is open. Ay, ay, ay. And I got to de-shadow the shadow I had because it looks a little stringy here. Looks a little stringy. It's not how shadows are supposed to look. I gotta ask my brother about the apple. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe if you can if you can cut the apple in your brain, maybe you can turn off the bad thoughts in your brain. I don't know. Anyway, magic altars, am I right? I mean, yeah, let's talk about the drying paint here. That's never been used as a euphemism for maybe a dull topic. I think it's perfectly natural for humans to want to talk about the human experience. And I think it's fascinating. Alright, my bottom part is still kind of like one note here. I don't know if this is going faster because I've already done this card before. But it's going pretty well, I would say. Also, you know, I'm slowly getting more experienced at this whole thing. You know, I should be getting quicker at it at some point. Me and my mind palace. Get rotated, idiot. You can rotate the problem in your mind. Just rotating the problem in your mind. Get rotated, idiot. You know, I can't even like rotate something that's already rotating in my mind. Like, what is that cat where it's like A-E-O-A-O-O? I can't even rotate that guy in my mind. A-E-O-E-O-O. I think this will look cool. Oh, why is the Marcadian like set symbol so cool? I don't know why. Every time I see it, I'm like, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Alright, I'm going to add in a little bit of shadow here onto these sleeves. This is where the fabric is kind of opening up. I'm going to give like long wizard sleeves, kind of like Borat. But I never watched the second movie. There was such a point in my, you know, high school experience where everyone was quoting Borat and I didn't watch the first one. Then I eventually watched the first one. I thought it was so stupid, frankly. I was happy that I never watched it before that. Danny's going to the store quickly. They'll be back. Leave this running. All right. Sounds cool. What are your thoughts on art extension alters versus total transformation alter? Which do you prefer? I think there's definitely a place for both. I prefer doing extensions. That's why I do so many of them, right? I think total transformations are so cool. I think if you are making like a theme deck, like let's say I've seen like there's a guy on Instagram or TikTok, I think. They're all kind of blend together in my head. And he was doing like one card a day, making an Adventure Time theme deck, doing alters, and that's super cool, right? Having a theme and building that theme out, super cool. One thing that like is interesting is when people take like the name of the card, right, and they like put like something super like relevant to that on the card. There's a whole series where a guy is doing like Calvin Hobbes cards, and he'll take like the name of the card and then put like a relevant scene from Calvin Hobbes on it. So that's pretty cool. Now, like I said, my imagination is kind of the biggest. Both my imagination and my current amount of art skills are what prohibit me from doing more kind of unique stuff like that. But it's really cool, and I'm envious of the people who are just like can put those out a lot. I think it all depends on what you kind of get from Magic. For me, the original art of Magic is meaningful to me, so that's where I kind of derive some of the meaning of the cards. So I like to see extensions of the original art, and I like to do those. I can also appreciate the other side, but if you like for example, if Adventure Time is more meaningful to you than Magic, but you like the game of Magic, then perfect. Then go for that, right? But if Magic is more meaningful to you than the other stuff, then it makes sense that you prefer extensions of Magic art. Ooh, ooh. Study for exam tomorrow? I mean, yeah. Listen, as a guy who's worked a lot of retail, I would recommend that you stay in school, that you do well. The what is it, like the TikTok trend of the lazy girl jobs? I mean, it's only fun for a little while till you realize you're gonna be very ill compensated, and that like retail and customer service facing work is real work that is really trying on your patience. So yeah, I would study up, study hard, don't drop out twice. Would not recommend. I've got my coins here if anybody's wondering, because I always get little questions like this. I just have it on my paper because I'm using my paper to soak up my water and it's getting all wibbly wobbly. The coins don't have any real purpose besides being paperweights. But people always ask little things like that, so. But I mean, if you're already in good standing in your courses, you can afford to, take a little break. A little mental health break. Doesn't hurt as well. Okay, I need to bulk up my color just a little bit more. It's tricky when you're doing kind of like blue fabric over the blue text box. You need to get your blue very opaque so that there's a clear difference between that and whatever. See, my paint is a little bit watery up here. There's not much I can do besides add more paint at this point. Yeah, paint your favorite cards. Paint what you want. Make the change you want to see in the world, right? So when I see someone paint like a Dora the Explorer full art, I'm like, okay, I could have done without that. I don't really care about Dora the Explorer. But when I see someone paint like something from Dark Souls on a card, I'm like, oh hell yeah, right? And then it also could be like if they paint a magic art that I don't care about and do extension of that, I could be like, well, maybe that would have been a better card to just transform entirely. Because, I champion magic art, but of course there's cards that I don't find as inspiring as most others. And then there's always stuff like, well, nowadays with like AI and stuff, we'll probably see more and more instances of like official magic art being, partially generated, or even, even an artist might be attempting to do everything right, but they might use a reference image that was, generated by AI or something like that. So it's highly likely that in modern magic art we might see kind of a like an end of the glory days, as sad as it is to say. And there's also the factor of like a lot of digital art is really hard to replicate with like traditional acrylics. So sometimes I can be a bit of a curmudgeon about that as well. Looney and Toonies, we've got a quarter and a nickel. A whole 35 cents. This is 50 cents, 5 cents, sorry. And our dime, our 10-cent coin, is actually smaller than the 5-cent coin. It's very tiny. And when we had the penny, I think the dime was actually smaller than the penny, too. Very strange. I'd rather see a goofy human painting than a flawless AI one. Hell yeah. I think that a majority of us have kind of that same kind of thought process. The only real danger is, I don't say the only real danger, the most annoying kind of like danger of it all is that sometimes it's hard to tell which is which, right? And unfortunately, the AI thing, it's like, quote unquote, getting better, right? Less recognizable. I don't think it'll ever get better, get good. But yeah, that's the like if every AI like thing had to have like a warning label, like it was a carton of cigarettes or something, I think we would see it drop off so fast in usage, right? Like it's just preying upon, when we can't tell the difference, because most people don't want to see that crap. If I'm being real. And I've like, anytime the algorithm like shows me something, I know it's AI. I'm muting, blocking, whatevering the whole channel. I don't care what it is, right? It's going on the list, and it's not coming off. I need a written apology before you come off my block list if you're using AI. Required trademark. Oh, that'd be a dream. I would love to see that and just see like the whole thing collapse on itself. Because we like impose like a trademark on that. Not trademark, a watermark. Boom. Gonzo, Dunzo, you're cooked. Get watermarked, idiot. Okay. This is something I do a lot, where like if it's two things, I'll do the first one and I'll do the second one. Then I'll do the second one a lot better than I did the first one. Then I gotta go back and change the first one. So here's a little hack. This is just a brush, but it's the bristles are so stiff that if I try to put paint on with this brush, it just scrapes it off. So instead of fighting that, I just use it for what it's good for. It's good at getting paint off, so that's what I'm doing with it. Look at that. It's almost like an eraser. It's so good at getting paint off the card. There we go. My favorite part of doing my extensions a lot of time is doing the little bits that are over the text box, because it's usually a lot easier to change them, right? So like if I want to change the shape of this sleeve here, I could just take a toothpick and I can just chip away at it. But if I do that over here, I'm going to be going all the way back to the bottom of the card and like resetting it, right? But yeah, I can like change up the shape of the sleeve, and it's just kind of that little bit of layers on the paint. I know the bottom, if it's there, we want it there anyways. So it really is my favorite part, is doing the little effects that are over top of the text box. I never understand that sentiment. If it loses value by being clearly labeled, then it had no value to begin with. That's so true. So true. Same with any other product, tools, food, whatever. I can see that's the whole point. It doesn't have value, but some people treat it like it has convenience. Well, some people, it's the trying to invent value, right? That's, it's kind of like the capitalist move, is to create a demand that doesn't exist, right? That way you can sell your product or whatever it is. Back when we all lived more simply, there's less demand for stuff, and we didn't need as much weird things going on like that. But they're always trying to find a way to create a demand that doesn't currently exist. There are legit uses for AI. And I can't for the life of me see how they will suffer from clear labeling. It's just the BS that will be impacted. Yeah. I mean, using like combined computer power to solve, an issue that humanity needs solving. Fantastic use, right? It's one thing that it seems so funny is I feel like the government will to like regulate our modern problems doesn't exist. Like for example, when I was a kid, you could smoke in restaurants and it negatively impacted a lot of people's health, right? And that was regulated. But it seems like whenever it comes to technology, there's no political will to regulate it, right? And it's not surprising. It probably comes from, big tech giving our politicians a lot of money, really. I say that as a Canadian, but I think this is kind of like a worldwide kind of problem, unfortunately. So yeah, I think like regular people can see the problem on the wall with AI and a lot of like tech issues, right? For example, like the right to repair, right? Or planned obsolescence. Like we can all see that that's a bad thing that shouldn't exist, but the people who should be disallowing it from existing are not doing such. Anyway, I'll be running for office in 2027, so get out and vote. My qualifications are over a decade of working in retail and painting on cards for about 6 months. But by election time, that could be like 16 months. You know what I mean? Money. It's all money. Money, money, money. It's all about the cashola. Come on. Don't you want a little money? You know, money is so evil, I've made it my personal goal not to have any. That's my excuse. I'm like, I am going to make the exact amount where I don't have to pay the government any money. Wouldn't that be a plan? And so, what? Biting your nose off to save your face or something? What's that saying called? Bite your nose to scorn your face? What is it called? Bite one's nose off to spite your face. That's what it is, to spite. Okay, this needs to have, I think, some dark blue coming back in a little bit. This one's good. But this one kind of, the arm is just kind of floating there without a little dark blue to kind of ground it in here like this. Okay, we'll build upon that. I think I'll just clean out this brush. It's getting a little frayed. I'd show the camera, but the camera focus is down here, so if I do this, it's just blurry. I mean, a lot of people do not see any issue in AI, though. I think if you ask your regular Joe, they'll not give a damn. Yeah, well, your average person is a moron, but unfortunately that is reality. They'll see the $1 cheaper dress, and that's enough to convince them. Alright, this is just some brush cleaner. And I can show the brand in case anyone's interested, but it's not going to help you because I think my girlfriend picked this up in Japan or something, or at least from an Asian market here in Canada. Right? So it's a brush cleaner, just generic brush cleaner for makeup brushes. But it really does a good job of getting the paint out of the brush, and it kind of like works into that metal. It's called the ferrule part of the paintbrush. Helps get into there a lot. And then I've got, where is it? My fancy brush soap. My desk is such a mess. Just rub my brush around this brush soap a little bit. Get a little bit wet so it can soak up some more soap. Man, as someone who works with coding, it's crazy the amount of people who literally can't function with AI. And then GeoGuess says everyone in school is also addicted to AI. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'm glad I grew up. Like, my formative years were before AI, right? So, some people just are like incapable of doing something like Googling, of fact checking, of knowing what is a reputable and unreputable source, right? I'm just so glad that I kind of like dodged that, right? I mean, we see a lot with kind of the older generations being unable to verify kind of reputable sources and the truth online, and I feel like there's a bit of it in the younger generation as well, which is funny because we always used to associate the youth with like a heightened awareness of how the internet works. Crispy P says, "Good evening. How's everyone doing?" Oh, we're having a pretty chill stream, Crispy. It seems like not streaming on Fridays when everyone is busy at their LGS is a good way to get a little bit more viewership around here. But the viewership numbers have never really mattered to me. I just like it when there's a couple people to chat with, frankly. It makes the painting a little bit more social. As like as a self-proclaimed hermit, it can be good to get a little bit of socialization. So here I've got like a really light green. We've got the glow from these yellow orbs. We've got the blue robes. So in my mind, my highlights should be green, right? Makes sense to me. Now you might, if you put the yellow on here, of course, it's going to look kind of green if your yellow is translucent over top the blue. I'm just going to cut the middleman out and put on a little bit of green here. My sleeve just got a little glow just like that. Obscured Star says, "Hey Bastion, Brainstorm, I have one of these done full art. Yours is looking so good." Oh yeah, Altars by Altars. Yeah. No, you've shown off your Brainstorm, and yeah, it was kind of flabbergasting for me. I was like, oh, oh, mama. It made me Johnny Bravo, you know what I'm saying? Bum, bum. Yeah, I actually already did a Brainstorm, but this is my second one. Because I had a setting in my Shopify shop where you could buy something even if there's zero inventory. So like the first 2 days I opened my Shopify shop, 2 people bought my Brainstorm. I was like, uh-oh. Amit to Samadar says, "Getting very late for me. I'll be hanging off now. Hopefully catch one of your streams again." Yeah, I'm probably going to be going on Friday, but I already announced Friday, so I'm going to stick with that. I'll stick with Friday. But seeing that the other days of the weekend seem to do a bit better than Friday, in the future I might aim for Saturdays. And then I might stream on Wednesday. It all depends if my girlfriend and I go to a movie or not, or how tired I am after work that day. But yeah, I'm trying to aim for 2 days a week of streaming, at the very least one day. But yeah, take care. I never would have thought that green. Yeah, I mean, works for me. And I'm not like locked into this background really, and I don't have to make it perfect because I'm going to be adding a bunch more of these orbs. I'm going to do like another layer around, just like I did on the first one that the client purchased. And that's going to change a lot of the like lighting of what's yellowish orangish in the background. So the background is like 90ish% of the way there, and then we'll make the rest of it around whatever orbs I decide to put in. Altars by Altars, I was looking out if you were going to stream last night. But I'm kind of glad you didn't. No offense, but it just meant that I went to bed at a healthy hour for once. And a healthy hour for me in that situation was like 2 a.m. So I don't know if that's that healthy, but it probably could have easily been you know, 3:30 or maybe even 4 if you were streaming. I probably would have stayed up for it. At least a good portion of it. Alright, I think I'm going to switch to just a slightly smaller brush. This one's not bad, but it's also got a ton of water in it. And it might still have a little bit of that brush cleaner in it, because I notice it's like really watery. We were talking about AI for a while, but I'm happy to let that subject drop. It's always kind of a bummer. Kind of bumming me out. I was doing my rotating cat noise earlier. I think people like that when I hit them with that ooh. Oh boy. You know, I'm like more of a dog person. I'm not a cat like chirper. I'm not about to chirp cats ever. It's not my style. I'm an animal person. I like all animals. But I will say cats have much better memes. I don't know. What does that say? I think like the cats aren't making the memes, right? It's humans that make the memes. Does that just mean that like people who prefer cats over dogs are better at memes? It must, right? Or do you think cats just have more memeable moments? Because if cat people are better memers, then maybe I should be a cat person. Cats are weirder. Well, where did you put the poll up, Alters by Alters? I didn't even see it. I noticed in the like One Painted Lows Discord, they like put that stream channel into slow mode. I was trying to post there earlier, and I was like, streams live, and then I went to post it and wouldn't let me. I was like, what the hell's going on? So I had to edit the original post to add in the link. Because it's like, you can only post here every 6 hours. Which is crazy, because it's like one of the like least used channels. I love cats, but I was raised around dogs. I think dog people and cat people view and express humor subtly differently. Cats are just more like memeable people. Okay, so you're saying like cats have like very people-esque personalities? Dogs are more like himbos and cats are more like memers? What does it say about me that I call dogs himbos? Ignore that. Backspace, backspace, and backspace. Ignore that, ignore that. I'm putting a kibosh. You're not allowed to analyze my psyche on this stream. I didn't sleep much. Leave me alone. Okay, I feel like I need to make some progress here. I've been really like beating around the bush. I gotta put some like folds in this fabric. Last time I think I like made my sleeves bigger, so there's more space to do this, which means this time I'm gonna have to be like really fine with my lines. And usually when I choose to do a card live, I tend to avoid stuff where I have to do fine lines, because I don't want to stick my head in the middle of the camera to get up nice and close here. But we'll see what I can do. I put up that like post for voting on the weekend wheel for next weekend, and like the votes are so close. It's actually crazy. I'm tempted to do like the Tomer poll from MTG Goldfish. So for those of you who are unaware, that's where you put up a poll and then you ignore all the results and just do whatever you want. So I am tempted to pull the Tomer poll maneuver. Or last time I did the Impulse because Alters by Alters gave me the advice that would probably be a good card to do, so I think I set up a poll then and I just did Impulse. But that time I think it was tied with another card anyways. Yut's heading out. Have a wonderful rest of the stream. Thanks, my dude. And everyone in the chat, have a great night. That's a himbo dog, Bastion. I said you couldn't quote or analyze. Great to see y'all. Take care, Yut. Yeah, if you're still just like leaving Yut, have a good one. It's nice having you in the chat. Chill, dude. Chill, dude. Chill, dude, to have in the chat. All right. I know I said don't backseat me painting, but can someone give me a little feedback on this sleeve? What do we think? Is it looking okay? I think I need to do some more color variations like we got here. And then maybe just do some wash of blue over top to soften these lines a little bit. That's kind of my strategy. This part is in the background, so I'll darken that a bit. That's kind of more or less what I'm thinking for this sleeve. Oodalally, oodalally. I like to just think that Altars by Altars, anyone in the chat, Altars by Altars is obscured star on here. But I like to just envision that it's like until 6 p.m. y'all don't even like get out of the coffin. Because, you know, I'm not saying I'm a creep, but sometimes in the Discord, I'd be paying attention to who's got the little green dots, you know what I mean? I'm like, wow. The Altars by Altars green dot is not present in the AM. Is not present in the AM. Not at all. So much. Between the sleeve and the frame. Oh yeah, they're definitely going in there. For the drop shadow, I'm going to use my ink marker. So I usually wait till the end to drop in that shadow with the ink marker, the alcohol ink marker. It's like my new drop shadow technique. It's my shadow jutsu. Does that make sense? Is that a thing? Are the kids still watching Naruto? Is the youth still watching Naruto? No, it's the children who are wrong. Right, this one's gonna just darken a little bit. I have a Discord? No, I don't have a Discord. Altars by Altars has a Discord you could join. They encourage artists of all types in their Discord. So, I don't know if... I don't believe I set any restrictions on dropping links in here, but I assume there probably is one just by default. But I think Altars by Altars, if they want you in there, they could tell me what to tell you to search, or they can just drop it in chat. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. But yeah, I am in that Discord, the Altars by Altars Discord. It's a pretty chill one. Maybe in the future, I'll start a Discord. I'll put it behind a Patreon wall. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. For now. Oh, Yugi boy. We got any Maximilian Pegasus fans in the audience? I always thought that guy was hella dapper. Just a cool villain. Not a sponsor, just a cool villain. Yeah, maybe in the future I'll make a Discord. But this would have to be like my full-time thing for me to like make and manage a Discord. I have a job. I'm not chirping people that don't have a job, mind you, or that art is their job. That is, I'm envious, right? That's awesome. But I have like a day job that makes doing such things difficult, unfortunately. Ding ding dong ding. Ding 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 ding. Maybe I put just a little rim like on the actual sleeve part opening. Just like this. A little kind of add a little definition here. Sometimes I like to look at the original art and see if they do any black lining, outlining before like I'll put any black outlining on mine. And we see like a little bit of that up here, right? I don't think it's so much outlining as much as just really defined shadows. But putting that on the sleeve is fine. So says I. Do it. Oh yeah, ink for the last. So smeary if you touch it. Yeah. Like everything else has to be kind of dry with the ink. The ink will like activate the paint so fast. Oh my god, he's alive. I'm starting my first altar tomorrow. I'm alive? Was there any doubt? I could drop a link, but people have to copy and paste it. It'll work though. The Discord link. Alright. Sounds like y'all are getting connected. But yeah, Danny, you have like any art you want to drop in the Altars by Altars Discord? They got channels for all of it. Got just generic creative channels. If you want to share that soul ring you did, I'll be really glad to kind of peek at it in there as well. But yeah, it's probably like one of the most active Discords I'll be in. And I say active very loosely. Unfortunately, it's a tough time in my life to be active in many Discords at the moment. But maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. I think I'm like 300 hours away from like partnering with YouTube or whatever, so maybe that'll bode well, and between that and some commissions I might be able to step away from the full-time gig. We'll see. Invalid invite. Whew. Glad I don't have to do this while I'm streaming. See, this is what I'm saying. Managing a Discord is like a full-time job. I'm not cut out for it. What would I do if there's an argument? Use my management skills? Sorry, I get a little quiet when I start doing the more defined lines. I didn't even do it that nicely compared to the other sleeve. Usually it's like a first the worst, second the best situation, but I think I was treating it with more reverence the first time. Now this time I'm being a little loose with it. Gonna try and make sure I don't paint with my hand in the way. Right now, my girlfriend is at her parents', spending some of that quality Mother's Day time. A little reminder, if your mother is in your life, you have a healthy relationship, today would be a good day to call. It is Mother's Day after all. In North America, different cultures have different Mother's Days, or may not have a Mother's Day at all. Consult your nearest mother for advice. Voila. What do we have here? I went out for lunch today with my mother and both grandmothers. That's lovely. That is lovely. We love to hear it. I still have both my grandmothers, but the only problem is they live on the other side of the country. But in a couple weeks, one of them will be coming out to my province to visit, so I guess I can make up for time then. Can have like a belated Mother's Day brunch or something. Anyone interested? Friend Spoonywitch76 on Discord. I'll invite you through there. I'll just keep it open for everyone to get people invited properly. Studio K says good evening. Like I said, Obscured Star is Alterus. That goes by Alter by Alters. They have a great Discord for creative people, right? I'm in there, and yeah, if you're a creative and you want to have a bit of a community, feel free to put it in there. That's not just a spam bot. That is someone known and trusted to me. Studio K is in here, so now we have to be on our best painting behavior. We have to mind our layers. I'm just kidding, Studio K. But yeah, whenever you're in here, I'm like, uh-oh, we gotta really kind of bring our A game. Can't look like an amateur in front of Studio K. I said before, like when I first started up the stream, but I've already painted like this exact copy of Brainstorm. And when I put it in my Shopify shop, there's a setting where you can actually sell something when it's at 0 inventory. And like on my first day, I sold 2 of these. I was like, yeah, I got 2 sales. And then I was like, oh, it's on the same card and I have to remake it. And then the Canada Post situation, we have like a strike going on. I couldn't find the Marcadia Mass version anywhere. And I had to get it from the postal service. I had to get it from somewhere that would ship via the Canada Post. So it's brutal. Studio K's playing some Arena. Hope you're having a nice day. Sick, dude. Yeah, you just keep your eyes glued to that Arena screen, okay? Don't mind me over here. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just playing it up for the stream. That little joke. All right, what movies have we seen recently? What have we seen recently? What's in theaters? I just saw something. Hook'em. Hook'em. Has anyone seen Hook'em? It's the horror movie. It's in theaters right now. I watched that. Oh, I also watched The Mummy, the like horror movie The Mummy. That's in theaters right now. That was such a like gross out based horror movie. I had a horrible experience watching that. But Hook'em was pretty good. I had a good time watching Hook'em. There we go. I played Arena for a while, but you know, I'm very frugal. I didn't want to invest any money in it, so I was just like grinding out the free currency, and I was spending a lot of time like grinding out currency rather than actually playing meaningful games, so I didn't stick with it very long. I used to play a lot of MTGO though, Especially like Pauper is very active on there. So that was like my kind of online platform for playing. I feel like I need another kind of ruffle in this sleeve here. I play Timeless. Studio K is on that free-to-play grind. Mad respect. We've got nothing in theaters at the moment, but I did rewatch Troy the other day. Great film, but it's so obvious Brad Pitt doesn't want to be in it. Yeah, well, we all take on those questionable projects sometimes, right? GeoGuess has a historic champ role for the last month. 35 wildcards, Studio K? I feel like you could sell a account with 35 wildcards on it for like $100. I have no idea. I'm just making stuff up. Also, I think that's against TOS. Dun, dun. I gotta see if my mom texts me. I tried to call her earlier, and I think she was out for lunch. Nothing. My girlfriend and I, we started listening to the Hail Mary audiobook. We saw it 2 times in theaters, and it's her favorite book. So she was very eager to get me involved in the audiobook at the very least when she got it from the library. And it's actually really good too. I'm so happy I watched like the movie before listening to the audiobook though, because there's a part in the movie that's like kind of like devastating. I won't spoil it, but if I didn't know like what was in store, the audiobook frankly would have destroyed me. And even like knowing like the plot and stuff, there's a point in the audiobook where my girlfriend was like making pico de gallo, and I was like sniffling a little bit, and I was like, yo, it's just the pico. It's just the pico. Newsflash, it was not just the pico. The book is emotional damage. Yeah, the audiobook is really like cute too because like the sounds they do for Rocky are really cute. Stuff like that. Yeah, both had me crying, man. And I got no problem with that. I don't feel, any particular way. I like to have a good tear up session now and then. I just didn't think it would get me since I'd already seen the movie. I knew all the plot points. I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm tough it out. Newsflash, he did not tough it out. But yeah, I don't really do too much like alters of like, outside of Magic IP and stuff. And I did that token I did for the Hail Mary. So had to have some sort of impact on me for me to do that. For sure. The Rocky sounds are pleasing to the ear. Yeah, big agree. Big agree on that. Putting a little green on my edges because I'm pretty sure there'll be like an orb over here. So I'm going to put a little green in the center too. That's way too dark of a green. Lighten that up a little bit. Now I get to pick the next book for our audiobook listening. My girlfriend was saying, I told her, I was like, crazy when it's your favorite book, all of a sudden you want to listen to an audiobook with me. She's like, no, I would have done it anytime. Then we had back and forth. I was like, I'm pretty sure I've asked. And you were like, nah. And she's like, no, I wouldn't have said nah. I was like, but you did say nah. I was like, well, either way, it's my pick next. So get ready. I think I'm going to pick a big honkin' fantasy book. Hell yeah. But it's actually like really chill to be like painting, headphones off. I don't even have my like computer on, and we're just like listening to a book together. It's so nice actually. Especially if there's like a book with a bit of humor and like she's in the other room, and when something funny happens, like we're both chuckling. Or something, you know, sweet happens, we hear an awe from the other room. I really like to experience media like that together. And I feel like when a lot of people kind of like discuss the merits of like books and audiobooks, it's never really brought up that audiobooks you can kind of like share at the same time. And my girlfriend and I, we used to both work the night shift together, right? And we would listen to books and podcasts like on our own earbuds, but listen to the same one. So we would sync them up and be like 3, 2, 1, play. And that was just always a really nice experience. How's Brawl? It's like 1v1 Commander. Yeah, I played a little bit of Brawl on Arena 2. I think it's kind of like fun because there's some sort of like matchmaking, so you don't play like people with super OP decks compared to you. And since I was like free to play, that means like my matchups were like actually decent. I was painting so much listening to the audiobook. Yeah, me too. GeoGuesser's got that competitive mindset. Competitive grinder. Yeah, I think the problem with like Commander is just finding everyone to have kind of like the same approach to the format. Like if you have an established pod, you're kind of good to go, right? But if you don't have an established pod, there's always going to be like some kind of like power discrepancies going on. I think that's kind of partially part of the reason I like Pauper Commander so much is that like the ceiling, I mean there's still competitive decks and stuff, but overall there's less of a difference between your floor and your ceiling, which just kind of makes the average game experience more what's the word I'm looking for? You have a more accurate expectation of how the game's going to go going into it. And also, I mean, just with like less like bombastic, splashy stuff, like there's less math in Pauper Commander. You don't have to like count to 1 billion. There's more kind of like combat is more of a bigger deal. In Pauper Commander, it's not like, oh, I play this one thing and now I have 300 damage on the board. It's more incremental value, but not explosive, and typically not so exponential. Less brackets in Pauper Commander, exactly. It's all kind of like the same. There's like two brackets. There's casual and then like, you know, competitive. So yeah, altars by altars. If you're in here, check it out. I'm gonna put in my drop shadow with this marker now. I really like these markers for drop shadowing. They always turn out pretty nice. Because they are nice and like translucent, right? So they add that like darkness to the bit of the card there without making it illegible or completely covering it up opaquely. And then they're also really nice because if you don't get quite the shape you're looking for, it's relatively easy to reactivate the ink. You know, it comes with like a little blender, which is basically just like alcohol that reactivates the ink. I don't really love this little rim on here. My edge was like a little harder than I wanted, so this is like the clear blender, but to my knowledge it's just like some alcohol in there that reactivates the ink. And I just pull it up with a Q-tip usually. It doesn't stay active very long though, it dries fairly quickly, so you kind of have to be quick with it. Sometimes I'll have like the thing in one hand and then the Q-tip in the other. It's almost like curling. Canadianism detected. Curling mentioned. Mark it off the bingo card. Who's got the Canadian bingo card out? Mark off curling, would you? I really enjoyed Arcade Ganon in 1v1 Commander. He's my favorite cockroach deck. All my decks are cockroach decks. My whole approach to living is being a cockroach. It's purely my spite for those who may want me here. May not want me here that keeps me going. I'm just kidding. I don't think anybody holds that much spite for me. Or I mean, I don't hold that much spite for anybody. Whichever is applicable to the sentence I just said. Ding dong ding. There we go. For the most part. Why is this such a straight line? Get out of here. I don't want to see that. There we go. Loosened them up. Spiteful survival. Hell yeah, brr. Hell yeah. I know my rights. I'm a sovereign citizen. I feel like those are the spiteful survivalists, the people in the U.S., right? Who's like, I know my rights. I'm a sovereign citizen. It's like, one, if you're a sovereign citizen, you don't have any American rights, right? And two, that's just not a thing. But keep dreaming, my friend. What's the coin for? Who's been in the chat for a while? I told you someone would ask about the coin. I told you someone would ask about the coin. The coin is just to be a paperweight because instead of having a like paper towel that I put the water on, like uh-oh. My phone is low battery. Instead of like I usually have a paper towel to drop my water on, but I don't have it, so my paper is bubbling up a lot. So I'm just trying to keep it down, but unfortunately it's not working that great. But typically I'll put them on my wet palette when I've got like air bubbles in it to keep my paper flat. But I set it up nice today. I pre-soaked my paper towel for once, so I didn't have to worry about that too much. Okay, so I've got my like light shadow in here. Got just a little bit of dark shadow from like under the box itself. But it's not going to affect the part that's kind of glowing. Because I'm going to put probably an orb here. So the shadow from the box is like here to here. Do. I did tell you, yes. Someone always asks about the coins. Manifest Destiny should be sarcasm, not an actual argument. Crispy P says I need to go to bed. Alright, have a good night. Got a big day at work tomorrow. Alright, kill it. Huge project, going live. Make it happen. Hope you have a great stream. I intend to have a pretty good stream, and thank you for manifesting that for me. Now I'm sure it will happen. Actually, it's already happening, so... It's happening! The Picard meme. Right? The Patrick Stewart meme. It's happening. Anyway. But yeah, Crispy, have a good night. Thanks for tuning in. It's always nice to have you around. Big chillin' style. Hell yeah. Lovely, lovely. Okay, I think I'm going to move on to doing the orbs. The Orbis. It's Orbin time. What was that? Morpheus? Morbius? Morbius. It's Morbin time. And a little bit of like... I don't know why it's there, how it got there, but there's a little bit of like red tint on this arm. I don't know why. But I feel like it shouldn't be there. There we go. My coin is like migrating away. Got shy. Someone brought it up and now it got shy. Yeah, I know. I've been there, coin. Alright, I gotta remember how I did these silly ruins last time. I think I did just like some white orbs to block them in. And then I like dry brushed yellow on top. And kind of like slightly around them to make kind of the glowing effect. Then lighter yellow into the center. That's alright. We're just gonna go for it. So, I guess I want to have like an orb here, right in the center, right? Let me pull up my picture of what I did last time. I just want to make it like more or less similar to what they paid for. Okay, last time did big orb, 2 more orbs in the front, and then orbity orb all around. Bing bong. Okay. And let me see. I definitely don't want to cover up the iconic Di Terlizzi. Not their name. So I'll put it just like here. And this is going to be our biggest orb. It's the biggest, the largest. So front and center, just like that. You know, back before I was back to work, it was always nice that I could watch like all the new YouTube the content every day. But then there's like days like today now where I'm like, oh man, either I can like listen to the YouTube content while I paint, or I can stream. Brutal choice, frankly. I think I need to make my orb a little bigger. I need to make my orb a little bigger. What if Dexter from Dexter's Lab was Italian? Dia dia. Stay out of my laboratory. Damn. I'm pretty sure that did not hit. Look up. 0 people left in the chat. Oh shit. Writes down they did not like the Dexter's Lab bit. If you haven't seen it yet, Bastion, Di Terlizzi showed off the resource pick he used for this and several other MTG cards he did the art for. They're all photos he took of his friends doing the pose. I did see those and I enjoyed all of them. I will say, give me one moment here. My phone has given me multiple low battery warnings. It's at 15%. I started the stream at about 50%, meaning I probably have another 40-ish minutes until my phone just dies. So be aware that if the phone just dies, the stream won't end because it's just acting as a camera. But I will probably end it shortly after that, since my option would be to try to point my webcam at the thing, and it probably would not look so good. So I know I should have charged my phone up a bit more. I have no idea why it wasn't plugged in like overnight. It's because I was on a fire last night editing, and I actually painted 2 cards, edited 2 time lapses, and I what else did I do last night? I did so much. I uploaded like 5 different cards to my shop, and then I varnished 8 cards. So yeah, yesterday I went hard. I know Altars by Altars, you're always like, how are you doing this and working your job? It's like, well, I just don't stop. That's how. Yeah, last time I did this, I like slightly covered up the Di Terlizzi, and I don't want to do that. I think I was probably just dry brushing a little loosely. It could happen again, but I'm going to try to avoid it. And I'll just make this orb more over this direction. Studio K says, I have too many devices that need to be charged. I just have to do it as needed. Well, the thing is my phone right now, it's like plugged into my computer. technically charging, but it charges slower than it uses battery, unfortunately, to be this camera. Perhaps like with a different cable or something, it might, maintain its charge a bit better, but right now I have to have like a USB extender for it to be able to reach. I don't have like a 15-foot iPhone cable. I don't even own an iPhone. This is like my girlfriend's old iPhone. I've never really been an Apple guy, frankly. I think I'm gonna have to like cover this sleeve up, unfortunately, a little bit. And on my last one, it was like up here, this orb. Oh, well, I guess it's going up there now. Whoopsies. The paint just told me that's where it wanted to be, so I'm not going to fight it. Skibidi-dibidi-doo. I have a huge extension cord. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is like the phone has to be plugged into the computer, so it like if it was just charging with its normal cord, it would charge fast enough, right? But my computer doesn't have a lightning port or whatever it's called, the like USB-C that Apple uses. It doesn't have one of those, so there's only so much charging it can do while connected to the computer. I can set it up as like the camera submits by Wi-Fi, and then it's like plugged in to a proper power source like the wall. But then the video, it looks really choppy if I send it via Wi-Fi, so I don't want to do that. Does anyone, this is a weird question, but does anyone who does creative stuff have a partner who like isn't really creative? Not a dig towards them, but it's just like not something that I put time into, but somehow has like a really good creative eye, because that's my partner. Like I could make this orb as circular as I possibly can, and she'd like point out like where it's not circular. I mean, that's not super difficult, but stuff like that. She has a really good eye for creative stuff, even though she spends like no time doing creative stuff. I'll just say those partners, they're like very helpful, but it can also be frustrating at times. 100% Danny says their husband's that way. For the Wi-Fi camera, so I have this app on the iPhone. It's called Droid Cam. I'm using it right now. You can use it either wired or wireless, but when you use it wireless, the footage, it's like a little choppy. I don't care for it that much, and I'd have to like actually test it more. I just like looked at it and had like a knee-jerk reaction to not liking the footage when I used it Wi-Fi. So I'd have to look into it more to see exactly what part of it I didn't like. But yeah, I didn't care for it in the Wi-Fi setup. I made these other orbs bigger, and this one needs to be bigger now because it's closer to us. It's going to be nice to have some big old orbs, though. If you're going to have an orb, you want it to be a big orb, right? You want to be like big enough that if you don't cover it and a sunbeam catches it, it'll burn down your house. Anyone ever see that like meme that goes around once in a while where it's like it's like I bought a big crystal orb, and the person selling it to me said make sure it's covered when you're not using it, and they're like, oh yeah, because of the spirits, and then the person selling it to them says no, because it'll burn down your house. Oh, that one always makes me smile when I see it. Oh yeah, because of the spirits, right? No, it will physically burn down your house from the sun hitting it. Mm-hmm. 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 Studio K's partner likes to give constructive criticism. That's good. Constructive is good. Both us and our partner have both had previous partners like that, longtime editors. I mean that phrase with love. I have good results with Camo Studio. I'll have to check it out. Is it for like Apple? And you can stream live with it? And does it cost money? DroidCam had a free option, but then the first time someone like donated $10, I immediately spent it to upgrade my DroidCam, so I didn't have the weird watermark on it that I was cropping in a crazy way to avoid. All right. Looking at my other spheres, where are they going to be? I think just for the nice sense of symmetry, I'm going to put one in the very top center. I hope this doesn't look too weird to the eye, but I'm just going to put in the very top center. And this is probably kind of a little too big. So part of this will be the glow. Because this should be like the furthest one away from us, so this is too big at the moment. We'll sort it out. Camel Studio's free, eh? Alright, I will Google. I'll actually write that on my notepad. Uh-oh. I got that serial killer writing. I think it's a left-handed trait. Oops. Okay. These orbs go behind the nameplate. At least I'm going to put them there. Let's see. Oh, I'm making it too big again. I like big orbs, and I cannot lie. No other brother can deny. When an orb walks in, when the orb is in your face, you get sprung. Oh, I think my brush has a lot of wet or dried paint in it. Sorry if this is loud, I need to get that out. I'm using just a bit of like makeup brush cleaner. It's really good at just like nuking the paint out of your brush. Lovely, lovely. We're back in business. We can paint more orbs. Just what I always wanted. Nope. Alright, I could kind of like... I don't want to put it behind there though. The next orb will go right here. Lovely. And then... that's so close. I don't like that there. Ah, emergency. Emergency, emergency. There we go. All right. It's going to be fun. It'll be like a countdown to my phone, like, self-destructing. There's actually this app, and I'm like, I don't know if this will be well received, but the name of the app is called Die With Me, and how it works is, like, you can only launch it when your phone is like under 5% battery or something, and it basically like connects you to another person whose phone is like under 5% battery as well, and you basically like just chat until your phone like the battery dies. Such a strange concept for an app, but it's fairly interesting. At least it's creative, right? Yeah, it is a very ominous name. I didn't feel like super comfortable saying the name, but there wasn't much way around it, right? But yeah, if someone's like probably like, you know, got the stream on their second monitor content, sorry if that was like a jump scare for you. You're like, what? I wasn't listening. What's going on over there? All right. I think it's probably going to be pretty similar. My orbs on the other side. I'll go with a 1, 2, 3. This is crazy. This is going way faster than the first time I did this exact same card. Even though I'm streaming, which usually slows me down, frankly. I think it's just like a matter of getting better at this whole thing, honestly. So last time I fit 3 orbs in here, but I don't know if they'll fit 3 on this side this time. I'm trying to actually like get it so it looks more correct than last time. Yeah. It's going to be like a little bit unbalanced in that way, but I mean, art can be asymmetrical. It's just my brain that wants everything to be symmetrical. Because why would it wouldn't go like in a straight line? It'd be like off here, probably. Anyway, I'm just muttering to myself about orb placement. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. I don't think last time I put it like right in the center either. That's alright. Each piece is its own individual thing. My only thought is like the client had an image when they purchased this, and I want it to be similar to what they were expecting. Studio K, you've heard of that app? I don't know how people hear of like these obscure things. Is like my girlfriend, her friend was like using it or something, and I was just like, what the heck is that? And then they explained it to me, and I was just like, who thinks of these crazy things? Also, like, my phone is always charged. I don't think I've ever had my phone like run out of battery while I'm out and about. It just never happened. This like possibility of my recording phone running out of battery during this stream is highly unusual for me. I just brainstormed Altered by Altars. Pun intended, I need to repaint this with the defect from Slay the Spire 2. Dude already has orbs. What's the defect again? Is he the cool guy with the mask? Yeah, it's like the Robo Construct dude. Yeah, I think when you're talking about the defect, I said like Ponder or something. But Brainstorm would work really well too. But I think Ponder is like more iconically has orbs. Where Brainstorm is like this particular art has orbs, but like Ponder always has like orbs. You know what I mean? Brainstorm sometimes has orbs, Ponder always has orbs. If you're playing like a word guessing game where you can only like give 2 hints and you said like magic, orbs, people would guess Ponder. He's the blue robot. I did suggest Ponder. Doing every idea I can, not just a few. Are you committing to making a Slay the Spire 2 deck? Well, not 2, but Slay the Spire 1/2, the franchise, the deck. I just want full expansion of Altered Slay the Spire MTG cards by the time I'm done. Hell yeah. Love that for you. Love that for you. I've always thought that, like, I want to have something like that, but I don't know exactly what it is. Sometimes I think StarCraft 2 or StarCraft in general would be like my choice to have a whole deck done. But I think it's kind of like niche, and I don't mean that in a bad thing. Like, I mean like other people may not be like super engaged and joining in on the project because it's been a while since StarCraft was overly relevant. And it's probably not at the forefront of people's minds. Also, I kind of just like the Zerg. I don't really care about Terran and Protoss, so. Studio K always has their phone near like emptying out, I guess. I've always got mine maxed. Always, always, always. Right now I'm just like dry brushing some slight white around these orbs. It's just going to be a base, so that when I dry brush yellow around the orbs, it'll actually appear over the red. Which usually yellow is decent at, but when you're going really subtle, sometimes it gets a little wimpy. Merchant on Gary. That's a good idea. What was the sound that the merchant made again? Could you do it via text? I think that'd be really funny. You write it via text and then I'll try to say what I think it is. Because you activate it like 18 times in a row. I was like, whoa, this is interesting. Each orb has a different glowing sigil inside. Yes. I'm just going to make it A, B, C. Orb A, orb B. No, just kidding. I'll do a little random shape. A little squiggly squiggle. I wonder if I could charge my phone fast enough to like stream in the evening after this. Because my girlfriend is at her parents' for the whole day. And I think I could probably sneak a second card in. It'd be absolute craziness. I've never done like two like big altars in one day before. And I did two yesterday. Studio K says I sometimes have to sit on the train with my thoughts because my phone's at 5%. Damn, hate that. Sing with your thoughts? Ew. And then, okay, Altars by Altar says the merchant goes, ah. But when you try to buy something from him and have no money, he goes, I'm sorry if that was really loud on the mic. I'm faster overall since punishing wheel day 1 and 2. Yeah. Well, I mean, this one I did my little like acrylic marker kind of base layer, so that's a factor as well. I think. Oh, since Altars by Altars is in here, like I think I might do the like. I put up a poll for what I'm gonna do for my next. Oh, look at this, by the way. This is gonna be really cool. Let me get all of them. One second here. I might need to reorganize these real quick because I had like extras. Okay, 1 second. I'm up to something. Okay, there's that one. There's that one. All right, here are my 8 ofs for the wheel. Look at this stack, by the way. All right, so Avenger of Zendikar. 8 of Aether Spellbomb. Core Skyfishers. Grape Shot. Rampant Growth. Auriok Salvagers, also known as Bomberman. Factor Fiction. Mirror Enforcer. I love this art, the little chubby one. The other one where he's on the mountain, I don't like that one as much. I like this little chubby Mirror Enforcer, although the background's a little kind of plain. But yeah, I was thinking of going, like just ignoring the poll and going Avenger of Zendikar and doing base in yellow. I think that would be really good as a starting point for this one. Is just basing in yellow, and then I could try like smearing some green into the yellow, and then go from there and put in my like light details with the brushes on the trees and bits. So I think that would be like an interesting way to see how long it takes to do all those cards that way. Okay, I need my brush really dry because I'm still dry brushing around my orbs here. Gonna load a bunch of paint in it and then get most of it out and just dry brush around my orbs. No. Okay, emergency. Time to play some Timeless Artisan Storm. Hell yeah. You do that, my friend. Man, my paper's getting so bubbly wobbly here. You got any Storm enjoyers in the chat? Hell yeah. Bro, give me a ritual and I'll be happy any day of the week. That's why I like my Tormod deck so much. I just want to like take a million game actions and then either lose or win. It's like, oh, I played my game out. GG. Your opponent hasn't even taken an action yet. They're like, what? No, yeah, you won. I fizzled. Oh, okay. I'll add the storm trigger stack. I'll add to it. I don't play blue. I'm just playing Is It Storm. Thanks, Metamorphose. You know what's actually... I'm going to see if I can find this in like a minute. If I can't find it in a minute, I'll just talk about it somehow else. Okay, yeah, I don't know where it is. The card, I think it's Battle Hymn, and it's a common, and I think it's add 1 red mana for each creature you control, and it's actually crazy that it's a common. Battle Hymn, I believe, is the name. I want to alter that card at some point, because that's definitely like going in my Tormod Rograk deck. The whole thing is like I make a huge pile of 2/2 zombies. And then if I just like add all the mana back, sheesh, that's gorgeous. You love to see it. Battle Hymn, it's big in CEDH? Really? That's crazy, because I think I bought it and it was like not even $1. And like this one local guy, I go to his shop and he's got like the craziest prices. I don't know what's up with it. I'll be like, oh yeah, I think that's a $4 card, and then he like does some tapping on his phone. He's like, oh no, that's a $23 card. I'm like, okay, buddy, what the hell are you looking at? Sorry to get aggro, but it kind of irks me a little bit. But yeah, he's always got like this crazy pricing. So sometimes I'll pull up the card and he's like, oh yeah, no, that's $5. I'm like, I'm pretty sure this is like 40 cents. And he's like, no, it gets used in this format. I'm like, yeah, it might get used, but it's still 45 cents, you know? And Battle Hymn was like one of the cards I brought up. I'm like, this guy's going to tell me this is like $20 or something. He's like, yeah, $1. I'm like, all right, bet. Ooh. I got an ice on Brain Freeze planned. Brain Freeze is a fun win con. Danny, Golgari Girly. I'm all about that. Golgari was my first like my first favorite color combination when I started. Like 10 years ago, I was playing like my first commander deck, and I wanted to run I think it's, what is it, the 2 like Kamigawa spirit dragons, or no, one is Anami as 1, I think. It's not a dragon, it's a spirit. And then there's like a spirit dragon in Kamigawa, original Kamigawa, and it gets, I think it gets all the spirits from your graveyard back to your hand is what I think its effect is. So I had like kind of a Golgari set up with my dragons. I can't remember who the commander was at this point. But yeah, Golgari was my favorite when I first started. And then I turned into an Orzhov guy. I just like got to the point where I was like, I'm tired with all y'all shenanigans. Let me sit on my chair and just ping you when you do annoying stuff. So yeah. That's why I say I like to play like the cockroach decks. I'm just there to like gain and drain and ping you if you be too annoying. But all my favorite colors have black in them. You need blue? You don't need blue. You need rehab. Obscured Altar says the battle hymn makes extra mass, so it's used in CDH. It's that simple, eh? Oh. Okay, we gotta get this off here. Unfortunately, since I'm using like very cheap parchment paper, it will often run into a point where the paper starts like breaking down, and it is possible that I get some like texture from that on my card. So usually when that happens, I just have to move to a different part of the palette. GeoGuess follows up their needing blue to say it's hard for them to play a non-blue deck. Alter by Alter sent Battle Hymn pick to you on Discord. Alright, I'll take a look. While I'm looking, I'll see my phone battery situation. Where are we at here? It says 15%. I think it goes down in 5% intervals, so what do we got here? Oh my god, you made a whole poem on the card. What the hell? All my decks are black, green, or Galgari. Mine are all black, white, Orzhov. It's black plus other color, basically. I have like one. I've got Urg, Spawn of Turg in Pauper Commander. And it's all just about like blowing up my own lands to make a huge Urg. So I've run a lot of like the Harrows and stuff like that. And it's like this weird archetype that I like to play in Pauper Commander where I'm like 2-color black. Whereas I technically have 2 colors, but my goal is to make as much black mana as I can. Oh, that is so peachy. I don't want peach. I want yellow, please. It's still very peachy. Don't mix and be distracted. Not good. I think anyone who hates blue is mostly a commander player that doesn't like the toxicity of blue in a casual format. Could be wrong, but I've only really met blue haters in Commander. Interesting. I will say that I don't really hate blue. I was just channeling my inner Mauled-hound. Felt like a good soundbite to say you don't need whatever, you need rehab. I'll admit that's what I was going for. I will say my only like real occurrence of disliking blue was when Mono Blue Fairies was the top deck in Pauper, 60 card Pauper. Oh my god, it was so strong for so long. And it's just like, it is always kind of the same play pattern where it's like they'll slowly just empty your hand out until you're like getting hit by 1/1 fairies and you can't do anything. So I wasn't about that particular flavor of blue. Ding 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 ding. Otherwise I like playing blue. But I don't need blue, right? I don't need blue. But I need to play black. because it's my favorite. No other real reason, actually. Just that. I feel like black doesn't even have like a super strong like color identity. The strongest part of it, identity-wise, is just blowing your own stuff up. It's like crazy because, like, for example, Abjure is one blue counter target spell, sacrifice a blue permanent, right? And for me, as like a black brain player, I'm like, hell yeah, this is the best counter spell in the world. It only costs 1. And you get to blow your own thing up. But then, like, I hear like people say Abjure is like one of the worst counter spells. I'm like, oh? Say it ain't so. Let's see here. Blue players in Commander are hell, especially stacks. I mean, I think that's just stacks. Blue stretches its politics into multiplayer more easily. Doing things for yourself is better than doing things against your opponent when your opponent is triple. So yeah, you're just like drawing your cards and doing your thing. And then you're like, go-to politics is like, I'm not actually doing anything, but the thing you're doing is all like nebulous shit in your own hand. Right, I suppose. Fairies was fun, Geo says. Fairies was rude as affinity, but yes, it was fun. Blue in 1v1 is very fair. Keeps combo in check while still losing to aggro. Which build of affinity current was annoying only because of Ultron. Geo likes Abjure. That's good. We're finding the common ground here. We're finding the common ground. Standard affinity. Oh yeah. We're talking, I think, mostly about Pauper affinity. Yeah. Oh, Abjure and Cryogen Relic. That's a win in my books. Hell yeah. Pauper affinity looks fun. It keeps getting banned. Crazy how free stuff keeps getting banned. Crazy. My favorite thing, I don't know if it's still true. Well, I think it's still true. I just don't play any decks at the moment, but like Dark Ritual like keeps surviving in Pauper like a cockroach. And every time like it's being discussed about like being banned, they'll just ban the other stuff around it. I think that's still true. I haven't played like an updated list with Dark Ritual in a while. But yeah, it's like when the initiative was like popping off in Pauper, it's always like, well, it's Dark Ritual that's enabling it. It's like, no, Dark Ritual's fine. What do you mean? We don't need to ban Dark Ritual. Come on. Stop being a sourpuss. But yeah, somehow it always dodges. Dark Ritual is just a good card. I don't think it's worth getting banned in my opinion. Yeah, see? That's always the case. That's like a mono black enjoyer. I'm like, come on, guys. It's fine. It's not worth banning. But I mean, as a blue player, you probably like Dark Ritual because you're like, oh yeah, their hand's getting smaller and I didn't have to do anything. Blue player, you're like, yeah, shrink your hand. Yes, you're my best friend. But I actually like that playing against blue and like Pauper because it's like the hand management and everything. It's like so relevant. Man, we made some big orbs this time around. I'm the biggest, the largest. Dark Ritual Commander, turn 1. That's legal Lotus Petal. Or not Lotus Petal, that's legal, what is the Commander one that got banned? What is it called? Commander Lotus? What the heck's it called, actually? Man, people are out there getting like death threats over it being banned, and I can't even remember what it's called. Rainbow Lotus? Multi-Lotus? Miotismon? No, that's Digimon. Just waiting for someone to tell me what the heck the Lotus is called. Dark Ritual. I just like Dark Ritual because it reminds me of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like, I summoned Jeweled Lotus, thank you. Rainbow Lotus was the closest I got. Yeah, not only can I not like imagine pictures in my head very well, I also can't remember card names very well. Or text that well, which is why I don't do like any textless alters for myself for the most part. Unless it's a very simple card. It has to be like brain dead simple for me to do a textless for myself. Kirk. Oh, here's an alter idea for someone who like does like other stuff that I don't do. It's Crick, but it's like Kirkland, like the Costco brand. Maybe you have them like with a hot dog, or I don't know. Just put them in like a Kirkland shirt or something. Has anyone done this? Has anyone done a Costco like Kirkland brand Kirk? Someone better be picking up these jewels I'm dropping right now. That's all I'm saying. The $1.50 hot dogs. Oh my god. Oh my god. I love the $1.50 hot dogs. My girlfriend's out here telling me eat vegetables. I'm like, I don't need vegetables. I need the $1.50 hot dog. It's like, I'm trying to live forever? No, I'm trying to eat hot dogs till the day I die. And it doesn't matter how soon that is. The European Playgroup wouldn't get it. Europe doesn't have Costco. They're missing out. They have one in France? Damn. Never thought France would be the bastion of culture. That's so funny in so many different ways. Oh, at least I find it funny. I never knew France would have any culture. I heard that in Europe they call Costco a Royale with cheese. Is that true? You know what's funny? Because like Canada is like like the like stepchild between like America and Europe. Is like we use the metric system, but then like with like the burger sizes, we use like the American like ounces and shit. Call it what? Call it that one more time. I dare you. I double dog dare you. I'm making what is the movie? Samuel Jackson, John Travolta, Pulp Fiction. I'm making Pulp Fiction jokes, Studio K. I don't know if because what you said kind of also ties into like the same joke. Call it what? So I'm not sure if you're saying you're in on the joke or you're just saying call it what because I'm saying nonsense otherwise. Oh, I think I might be shadowing my card with my little thing here. Oh, you never seen it? Yeah. So it's like Samuel Jackson is yeah, him and John Travolta are basically like hitmen in the movie. And they're riding along in the car, right? And they're just talking about burgers because they're eating burgers. And they're like, you know what they call a quarter pounder with cheese in Europe? And I was like, nah, I don't know. What do they call it? He's like, a Royale with cheese. Royale with cheese, eh? Huh. Yeah, because of the metric system. And they go on for a bit about that. And then later on, like, Samuel Jackson is like intimidating a guy, has like the gun pointed to him and stuff, right? And he's like, he says what you said. He doesn't say call it what, he says say what again. Say what again. Because the guy's like stammering because he has a gun pointed at him, right? And keeps saying what. Anyways, that's Ben. Sebastian explains a joke for 5 minutes that wasn't even funny before it was explained. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I feel like the first time I did this card, I had like a much stronger plan with these orbs. And like, just because I was like yapping the whole time, I just kind of like painted them without a strong plan. And I feel like they suffered a little bit because of that. But I can go back and fix them up a little bit here. I think I'm even going to put a little yellow in here. Ah, that's nice. It's like the scene in the cars leads to the next scene. So in the scene in the cars, they're talking about the burger, and then after that scene is like immediately the next scene where they're intimidating the guy, and Samuel Jackson is like yelling, "Say what again," at him. So it's two different scenes, but they're right back to back in the movie. Yeah, you've probably seen a clip. It's pretty iconic. It gets like memed on a lot, right? People reference it. Like I probably have seen the movie one time, but I've seen like the joke like many time on the internet. Yeah, he's doing the Bible passage in that scene too. He's like saying the epic Bible passage, and then the other guy's like, "Oh, I didn't know you were religious." I think Samuel Jackson is like, "Nah, man, that's just some cool shit to say before you smoke someone," or something like that. Nah, man, that's just some cool shit to say. Dang, it must be rising into prominence. You see it that often. I think Klug. I think Klug did a alter of that scene where Samuel Jackson is like kind of like pointing the gun directly at the viewer. I'm pretty sure I saw Klug do it. If not, it was someone else who was equally as impressive. Yeehaw! We've got orbs, ladies and gents. 9 non-binary pals. Eric Klug. Yeah, the altarist. I think his first name's Eric. That sounds about right. It's because of Hegseth's speech. Oh no. Oh no. Interesting. Did my stream drop or something? It says like 0 viewers out of nowhere. That can't be right. We're talking about Pulp Fiction. That brings everybody in. Okay. Gonna put just a really bright yellow here. In the center, just a straight yellow. Oh. I got a new light and now I keep like headbutting it because it's not in the place where my old light was. It says 8 for me. It must just be one of those things. I looked, it said 0. I was like, oh, my phone must have died. Because when the phone dies, the stream won't end, but I think it will go straight black. And you'll just be my voice in the void. Okay. I'm just going to let my paint get really watery and drop some like some light yellow in the center here. Kind of give it that glowy kind of non-uniform look. Because if I do it myself, I'll like try and make it symmetrical or something. I'll get in my own head about it, so we're just gonna let the paint do whatever it wants here. And then after that, I got the symbols, bada bing bada boom. Then we'll be pretty much there, frankly. Did I not hear about that? The Hegseth speech? I don't know. He's making like a speech every 2 days, and each one makes me feel like vomiting, so I know I'm not doing my due diligence, but I have stopped paying attention at this point. And I feel like I can drop like a very subtle but probably accurate conspiracy theory if y'all want to hear it. But for example, I used to, browse Reddit a little bit, and I used to see like the current news. He quoted that entire passage as if it were a real Bible quote in front of the armed forces. Oh, sheesh. The idiocracy. The idiocracy. Did he quote the Royale with cheese part too? That would be insane. Oh boy. Anyways, my like slight conspiracy theory is I used to like go on Reddit and I feel like I have healthy Reddit habits. I really only talk about magic on there. I don't get involved in anything else. And like once a day I would go and click into r/all so I could see kind of the current events and what's going on, right? At least, the slight Reddit bias version of what's going on. And I would click into there and I would see what's going on in the world. But then, probably like a month and a half ago, you click into r/all and you're not seeing like any news anymore, anything kind of like that they don't want you to see. Bum, bum, bum. So yeah. Anyways, my theory is that like all the social medias are like actively like silencing like US politics because it's going to be such a shit show in that, they keep getting away with it. And the only thing that could possibly stop them at this point is like mass public outrage and protest. But they just like click the button and now people don't see that crap. So you don't gotta worry about any protest. Easy peasy, right? And I don't say this to be judgmental because Canadians are the same way, but us North Americans, we don't really like to protest in a serious way that enacts change. We like to get like the lawn chairs out, make a weekend of it, then go back to work on Monday. Don't want to be too disruptive, Ding, 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 ding. Oh, that kind of looks like a face. Uh-oh. Yeah, I make it really easy for these ones that are like hugging the side of the card. I don't have to put too much glowing rune here. What can I even put? Now, should I be bold and should I put my signature in the front glowing rune again, but do it better this time? Yeah, very convenient protest, It's just, I feel like back in the day, if like you had like nothing to your name, like a family member would like let you into their home or something, or way back in the day, it's like, okay, I'll just be a street urchin. Nowadays, it's like we've to some degree gotten comfortable, so we have like more to lose by protesting in a way. Okay, this orb is like comically way too big, so unfortunately I have to go back. Actually, I'm just going to keep doing the other runes and then I'll go back and do this one after that. But yeah, people are just like too comfortable at this point. They feel like they have like too much to lose, but it's keeping them from having anything to gain. And that's prophetic. You can quote me on that. Altars by Altars, change your earlier quote to what I just said. Lose the one where I was talking about dogs being himbos. Edit my Wikipedia. Hey, I finally get a library on the draw. Of Alexandria? Ooh. Say it ain't so. I was always like one of the like Zoomers who didn't understand the power of Alexandria until I saw it recently on the MTG Goldfish, kind of their like best standard decks ever. And now I understand the power of Alexandria. And I think like Seth even like somewhat like didn't play it super optimally at every phase either. But I definitely learnt of the power of the library. What if I just make one a spiral? That's a nice fun design, isn't it? Everybody likes a spiral once in a while. Then you put like a little dot in it or something and it's like, whoa, this spiral's got personality. Alright, here we go. I'm going to put a little BA in here, or I'm going to try to at least. This brush is like so tired. There we go. A little BA for the fans. For the people at home. For those in the front row seating. Ding dong. Wow, my subconscious is so RuneScape pilled, I didn't even like think about that ding dong. That's a little scary. I need to get different stream music, but I just don't know what I'm even allowed to use on YouTube. Death and taxes. Roll Reggie. I need to shrink this orb. Who's up shrinking their orbs? Sound off. Any lo-fi mixes? Yeah, it's just the like YouTube is the most strict out of all the like streaming platforms for what you can actually use, unfortunately. Like I've done a little bit of looking into it and it seems like every time I feel like I have a good avenue of what I can use, then I find out that like no, I'm wrong. I can't actually use that. Especially since like I'm trying to like actually be partnered and stuff. With all the rules, like you can just like not be monetized and like run whatever the heck you want, right? Or you can run it and then like let the producer take half of your bag or whatever, right? Even if you type in royalty free, the thing is, like if you type in royalty free, then you're now getting like sites that like they have a subscription service where it's like you can stream all the royalty free music you want for, you know, $19.99 a month, and it's like, bro, I'm sure there's like a good solution or two out there. I just haven't found them yet. It's just one of those things where it's like, man, if I had infinite time, I could do so much more and be so much more knowledgeable and this and that. I think maybe I put a little bit of yellow peeking out of the bottom here. Oh. So this is on the raw card itself. It's got no other paint on it, so it's going to behave a little funny. See if I can just kind of push it around a little bit. I've drawn 4 cards with library so far. Oh, that's so nasty. Okay, I always just stream Spotify into my streams. Twitch has free plugin streams. I think YouTube does too. YouTube has the YouTube audio library, but frankly, uh, well, the thing is, it's not about quality, I'll say, but what it's about with the YouTube library is like so many people, creators, are using that resource to the point where like the songs are like, what is the word I'm looking for? It's like they're played out, kind of, right? Like if you've been around the YouTube ecosystem, it's like, oh, I've heard this, right? I know it feels like I'm just like shutting down like the ideas, and I'm like sorry for that. But I have looked into it a decent amount, and it just feels like a lot of the different services, the juice doesn't seem to be worth the squeeze. For the most part, I enjoy this kind of like RuneScape lo-fi vibes, and I know that it's like 100% chill to use, so I feel like it's nice to have something I just don't have to think about. Especially like you don't know if it's a lot of times you don't know if it's like good or not until you like try it. But then the repercussions if it's not good could be bad. He hates our ideas, guys. This guy stinks. He's a phony. He's a hater. He's a big fat hater. Dun-dun, dun-dun. I think I'm just sensitive to that because like my girlfriend says that sometimes I shut down her ideas. And it's usually ideas like we were discussing in the chat before when it's you're having like the like anxiety thoughts and stuff like that. It's like, well, just stop thinking about it. And I'm like, I can't. And she's like, do it. And I'm like, I can't. And she's like, you never listen to me. I'm like, how can I? Your advice is too vague and unactionable. Okay. And then I've like also looked into it's like, well, maybe I just stream on Twitch and I direct people back to YouTube. And there's all these like weird rules that's like you can stream on Twitch, but you can't upload something to YouTube for a day, or like you can stream to Twitch, but then you can't stream to YouTube for a few days. And it seems like all the rules are just so strange and nebulous, right? It's hard to really pin down anything that's like firm and concrete. It's like they make it vague on purpose so they can pick and choose how they enforce it. To give them plausible deniability. Sometimes with the BA, I'm like, oh man, it's kind of like EA. People are going to think I'm in the game. It's in the game. Hey yo, this looks so good. Hey yo, aren't you supposed to be in bed? Hey yo, get back to bed. Nah, just kidding. You're welcome. Sometimes it's hard to fall asleep, you know? Yeah, I think like these like painting streams are like really good for, you know, coming in, coming out, second screen content, not active watching, because then you get like a little boost of productivity. It looks nice. Ah, there's two other people who went to bed. I can't remember who though. How do they track that? Like when you stream? I don't know. I live in constant fear of the algorithms. Like, I feel like there's definitely times where I upload something to Instagram and then I upload it somewhere else, and then because I upload it to like two of them, like one of them punishes me. Or like the YouTube algorithm, I feel like I slightly understand at this point. But like, for example, this is gonna sound like a conspiracy theory, but also, like, every one of my like YouTube shorts uploads has like 1,000 plus like views, right? The one YouTube short upload I have that has like less than 100 views. It might be more by now, but for months it had less than 100 views. Is the one card I did where a guy is wearing, a head wrapping. Right? So, I don't know. Make of that what you will. But this card, to me, looks outstanding. And it's one of my favorite cards I've ever done. But YouTube has shown this one off the least. And to me, you gotta kind of wonder why. So I live in constant fear of the algorithms, and I think they're far scarier and more capable than people give them discredit for. Some of these cards are amazing. I would spend the extra for the hours if they could cure correctly and not too stiff. What do you mean cure? They pretty much are normal cards in all kind of shapes and fashions. My one is kind of looking a little bent, but that's mostly because the paper is all funky from me getting it too wet. Everyone's talking about what time zones they're in. I'm in Mountain Standard Time. It's kind of like Middle America time. Don't ping yourself too hard, just curious. Northeast Canada. I'm in like Western Canada. Are you talking to me? I don't know. Mountain time is even more goofy? Yeah? What do you mean? GeoGuess, MTG. Wait, you're like GeoGuess. Can you just like guess where I am? Like, depending on my like skin tone and the money right here, and just use your like powers. All right, what should I do now? The only thing really left is to like finish off this little text box, really. I'm mostly happy with everything else. I can add a little bit of shadow here on the away from our glowing orbs as we go away. Just ignoring the name. GeoGuessr, I got it like at the beginning. I don't know. I just like GeoGuess instead of GeoGuessr. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, this was an altar you bought, Amanda? Was it an altar or was it like a proxy? The ink bled. That's very strange, like for an altar. Because like, I think most altars are using like paint rather than ink, right? Hmm. What's next after Brainstorm is done? Well, let's see here. My phone that I use for a camera is at like 10% battery. So what's next might be I turn the stream off because probably like within half an hour my phone will die, unfortunately. I don't know why I flipped this over. I didn't have to do that. Oh well. Yeah, look how much my paper is being warped by the water. It was an altar. Do you know if the altarist like finished the altar? How did they ship it? Did they ship it in like a top loader? Like for whenever I ship, like I make sure that's like waterproof with like lots of tape. I put it in the top loader and I tape off the ends of the top loader so that water can't get in that. And then I add like a whole bunch of tape to my package. So it shouldn't even get in the package. Never mind the potential getting the top loader. But yeah, that's rather unfortunate if you had a kind of bad experience with the altar. Especially like altars aren't something that like people get a bunch of. Usually it's like a very special card to you, right? At least that's how like everyone starts. I think there's like a little bit of like cognitive bias when you paint your own altars. It's like, yeah, everybody has like 20 altars lying around. No, most people have 0, right? And usually when someone has 1, it's a very important card to them. You don't want it to be damaged. Badly stuck in a top loader. I don't like the sound of that. Because that makes all of us look bad. When someone's sending off kind of some product that wasn't properly protected or possibly not even properly finished. I always finish my altars with like a varnish as well. I know not all altarists do that, and there's lots of like super respected altarists that don't do it, but I don't know, I'm just cautious in that way, you know. Also, type of guy that I buy like insurance on all my shipments just in case. I'm sorry that I'm like rotating the card all around now, but for these like straight edges, fixing up our borders, I need to. Now I'm gonna put in like a little faux extension of this part of the border. That's one of my fun little technical challenges with these old border cards. But yeah, what time is it for me locally? It's 5. Yeah, if it was earlier, I'd consider, you know, plugging my phone into fast charging and trying to get it up again for later, but I think I'll just do some video editing after this. Wow, Amanda. I'm sorry to hear that. Wow. Man. That's like a lot of times when there's like altars that are really heavy like that, like I have to turn down like a commission or something just cuz like if it's got that much meaning behind it, like I just feel like there's some things I just don't feel confident enough doing. When something is that meaningful, it always scares me a little bit. Like I really want the person to fulfill all the meaning that they want out of the card, right? So yeah, that's just like I was talking about how, you know, your average person getting one altar is very meaningful, and you know, I'd say that one is probably more meaningful than most. Really unfortunate. Oh gosh. Whenever I'm doing this, I'm always afraid I'm going to get like my head on the stream. Not that that's the worst thing in the world, but my hair is like super unkempt at the moment. One of those wake up, start painting days. You ever have those? You're so excited to just get into it that you don't shower that day. I mean, I showered yesterday, but you know how it is. Stinky boy. Sir, that is an instant you can't tap it. I untapped it. I untapped it the wrong way. He's pitching it to Brainstorm. Pitching Brainstorm for force. True, true, true. I have the foil and he has an overpriced melted paint we are afraid to pull out. Amanda, if you want to send me an email, I could take a look at it and maybe, you know, help you out in whatever way I can, right? I don't know. Studio K is off the bed. All right, have a good one. Studio K, Sensei K. You'll guess or MTG. Probably gonna go have dinner. My phone will probably die soon, anyways. Let's see. It says 10%. Seems to update about every 5%. So yeah, probably pretty soon. The card dropped so much from being reprinted. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's super good to like. It's funny because like a lot of people have done well investing in cards, but it's such a strange thing to put a lot of money into if you're not doing it like for the love of the game and playing. And then even if you are taking on, you know, some financial risk by doing so. Kooky. $8 outside? I think showering outside is your problem. Can't you shower inside? Are you like working in a camp or something? Like, what's going on? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Even like you just want to play a game, right? So you're not thinking of it as investing. You're just like, I want to play the game and I want to play a deck that can actually do something. And, you know, you just hope that you don't get put out too much doing it, but unfortunately it can happen. Should invest in an inside shower, that's what I'm saying. I'm looking for my dark black, my carbon black. Does a lot better lines than my Mars black. Brazilian homes are not well suited for the cold. Yeah, GeoGuessr says 8 degrees in Brazil. Was it the Ice Age? Like, frankly, my ignorant North American brain is like, Brazil gets down to 8 degrees Celsius? I would suspect Brazil gets below 20 degrees Celsius. That's the North American brain. The North American brain is like, what do you mean? Like, how's your coconut tree doing? If people could say Canadians live in igloos, I can say that Brazilians have coconut trees.
All right. So here I'm just going to make a little straight line, hopefully. Oh gosh, I'm going to get my head on the camera, I think.
Oh my gosh. The paint doesn't want to flow very well.
All right, let's try it again here.
Now see, the North American brain is like, oh, you have coconut trees in your lawn in Brazil. Now the American brain is like, you have internet in Brazil? Crazy.
Brazil. Ole, 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 ole.
Okay, this needs to be cleaned up a little bit. It's actually better if I take my glasses off
for me to see when it gets to this point.
Whee! -3 degrees Celsius. Whoa. That's pretty chilly. -33 temp. Yeah. That's pretty cold. Regional cold seed. I'm learning so much, yet I still know nothing.
Sorry if this is like unwatchable, but this is the point I'm at. This is what I do. This is usually I turn the time-lapse camera off before I get to the swirly doodad point. It's also hard for me to talk when I'm on the hyper focus, you know, trying to make straight lines and all that jazz.
Is Amanda still here? I just had the thought that I saw like a really like horrible looking card that was painted with Posca markers that you said it looked like melted plastic. I'm wondering if the person used Posca markers.
They used Posca markers and they didn't varnish it. There's like a decent chance I could get the paint off and then fix it. Just send me an email and I'll help you out. Like I said, I was thinking, I was like, what the? Why would it look like melted plastic? But yeah, I have seen some Posca markers peel up in a strange way like that.
Right, yeah. Alters by Alters, aka Obscured Stars, says yeah. It's probably Posca. I don't know if Amanda's still in here or not.
I'm just getting rid of the little tiny black line where normally the card
Has the border and it goes down. I'm just getting rid of that tiny little black line so that you don't know it's supposed to go down there. Want to see snow someday? My gosh. I see snow like 70% of the year, it feels like. In Edmonton, where I'm at, when you say like April showers bring May flowers, you're talking about like snow showers. You're talking about probably hail in April. Is it Toy Story 2 or Toy Story 3 where Woody like gets abducted by that like refurbisher guy? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Whichever one it is. Oh, I gotta move here. You got mountains. Man, I live atop a mountain. Hell yeah.
Like I said, I'm at the very finicky part of the process here.
Chicken guy, hell yeah. Oh, you are in here, Amanda. Did you hear what I was saying about like if the guy did use Posca markers to do that altar? That's like I've seen recently kind of some Posca markers produce an effect that almost looked like melted plastic. But if it's Posca markers, there's like a chance I could clean it off and maybe fix it up for you. Because it would just be like acrylic in that case. So if that's what it was, as long as it wasn't like varnished, I could probably fix it up for you. But anyways, I was gonna say I feel like sometimes when I'm doing this, I feel like the chicken guy from Toy Story, like painting that line on like Woody's boot or whatever. Okay. Oh, yoy. Accidentally got a little bit too much on there. It was about a week or two after full release, and the price just dropped 20%. Hmm.
Hmm. Whoa.
Here it is. Flatter than a pancake in Kansas. Ah! Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright, I'm happy with my little lines around the text box there. The biggest thing I'm unhappy about is this sleeve. I just think my drop shadow turned out a little crappy, so we're just gonna erase it and go again, right? No problem with that. This is why I like to work in things that I can change. Some people have drop shadows that it's a one and done, and kind of hold your, cross your fingers is what I was thinking for. One done, cross your fingers. Here I can at least go again. Yeah, I think the clothing is a little bit better than my previous brainstorm I did.
Actually, I could probably use this as like a decent way to just clean edges as well. Because it's already wet and it like activates the paint. The only problem is if it works too good, frankly. You don't want to take too much off, just what you want to take off. Yeah, this is pretty swanky. Low life hack. Oh yeah, that looks pretty good, frankly. Kind of ruins my tip though. So I shouldn't do that too much. Nope. I'm doing my drop shadows just with an ink marker here. I think this is the too dark one. Let's see. I think it's this one I was using. No, this is the too light one, I think. No, wait. This looks about right. And whenever I water down paint, it doesn't look quite right for drop shadows. I think this is lighter than what I used on this side. But I'll just lighten this side up a little bit. If you apply it nice and carefully, you can get it without the little lines in there. Just like that. And then we also need to probably get rid of some of the shadow now that we've kind of put our orbs in here. Oops, I should be using my blender one. Now that there's orbs casting light, you shouldn't have shadow right here, you know? At least not as much. I gotta pull the ink off with a... This is going to be quite the operation here. I gotta activate the ink in here with the pen, and I gotta pull it off. Just like that. But then the ink gets stuck on the tip of my marker, and I have to clean that off on paper, and so on and so forth. How much battery are we at? I kind of need my glasses to see that. Where is it at here? 5%. We are in the danger zone, I'm afraid. Oh, my card's barely on camera. Ruh-roh, Reggie. I'll use the other side. Oh my goodness. My wife pulled a recent non-foil chrome mox. Would that be easy to work on? Yeah, non-foils are pretty fine to work on. I don't know if I'd be brave enough to do a chrome mox. They're pretty expensive. But you could definitely find, you know, a reputable altarist willing to work on that for sure. If you want kind of some help finding a good altarist, you know, if you are feeling brave enough to jump into that well again, even after your kind of not so great experience, I could help you find a good one.
I'm in like a Discord with a bunch of altruists, so I can definitely help you find someone. But yeah, I would even have to look at the art of Chrome mocks. The newer mocks from a slot. Let me see. Rifle. Chrome mocks. Man, Chrome mocks. Are we talking like the Aether Drift one? The one that was like on the special guest for Aether Drift? That one's kind of like a full art already, so it definitely kind of wouldn't be in my wheelhouse to extend. I personally prefer doing extensions. I do some original work, but I definitely don't think my original stuff is quite, you know, slap on a $170 kind of Chromax level yet. And that might be me underselling myself, I don't know, but I feel like it'd be a little bit, it'd be my most ambitious project for me. Something like that I'd want to like dedicate like a week towards doing. Unfortunately, I just don't have that type of time at the moment. I'm just softening out my shadow here. This is kind of like dense and dark. Especially around this orb, I want it to be nice and soft. This one's pretty good. I like this side. But yeah, I think I used the darker marker on this one. Pull that off while it's still wet. Clean this off here. This is like what I say when I say I do like a lot of experimenting. I don't always know what I'm doing, but I just do things until it works. And that's part of the reason why I try to paint as thinly as possible, so that leaves me some thickness to experiment with on the card. Because usually I gotta try out a few things to find the good way to get a technique I'm going for. This should be up here like that. This is kind of fun. It's kind of like a rush against the camera dying. Not that I'm trying to rush the card, but just at this point in the whole shebang. Alright. I think at that point I'm going to call this Dunzo, Magunzo. I'll put it kind of back in its home there, up top. Oop, I got the wrong lid on my marker here. A static orb from Kaladesh. the scarring scratch on it. Could you turn to the a wizard's icon? Yeah, probably. Let me look what that one looks like. What are we looking at? Icy Manipulator? No, Static Orb. I knew it was one of those sinister cards. Whoa, wait. The 7th edition art on Static Orb is insane. What the hell, dude? Add that one to the list. I guess it's on a few. Yeah, it's the 7th edition art. Yeah. This Kaladesh. Woo. The Kaladesh one is foil. It's got like a scratch on the foil. It says it's only available in foil. Foil work is tricky. It can be done. For example, let's see here. Like this treasure token was done on a galaxy foil with ink markers, right? It never is great on camera because it's just too damn shiny. But yeah, it's like you can work with foil, so you could like strip off the scratched part and then possibly put something over top that still allows the foil to shine if it's kind of like a shiny part of the card. If it's not a shiny part of the card, then you could just put whatever. Could alter it with even acrylic. Treasure. Oh. So I'm pretty much going to be wrapping up soon, but I can... Here's something I want to show off, since we're kind of just a little bit talking about foils. Here's a project that I'm going to eventually make a video on. Shucks, where's the other part of this? I got a few. Here we go. Discord? Yeah, I don't have a Discord. You could just send me an email, or you could hop in like the Alters by Alters Discord. I don't know if you're the person who got kind of added into there earlier. But anyways, my upcoming project, I'm going to move this out of the way, is I've picked up a bunch of these like thick, like commander cards from the pre-cons. And my thought is I could do foil peels onto these, and because they're so thick, they'll never curl, right? So, you know, I live in a very kind of like dry environment. My average foil looks like this, curled as hell. But this is the foil peel I want to do. And I've already lined it all up in Photoshop. So we've got the Hissing Quagmire, kind of black, green, and kind of this big, cool, like planet orby thing. And then I'm going to take the Dina Soul Steeper and do a foil peel, cut all around her, all around kind of this T as best I can with the wispiness, and the text box, nameplate. Put this onto Hissing Quagmire, right? So I'm covering up just the blah 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 text, the name, and then Dina will be over top of kind of this planet, right? And then here's the kicker. This is one of the unset cards. It's called Deadly Poison Sampler. I'm going to foil peel this like cool kind of like scully liquid on top of Dina's tea. I'm going to have a couple of these coming out of her tea, kind of at different angles, like one like this and then one like it's hard to show, but they're going to be coming out of her tea. Then this is the background, and then all of those are going to be on top of a thick kind of pre-con commander card that will not bend like a foil usually does. And of course, it's not legal in the 99, but legal as a commander. So eventually, probably going to upload a long form of that, and it's going to be titled something like How to Alter Cards Without Painting or something like that. Like how to alter cards without any paint. Something like that. So yeah, Amanda, if you want to go into Absurd Scar Obscured Star, which is also Alter by Alters, their Discord. I hang out in there, and you can message me, you can message them. They've got a bunch of other alterists in their Discords too, and you can find someone who can probably help you out with that. I've got a couple foil peel projects that I've got on the way here. Where are all my... here we go. So here's what I want to do, is I want to take all the dragons from the Adventures in the Forgotten Realm set, and then I want to foil peel them onto like the D&D lands that have the flavor text as well. So it's just kind of like the dragon down to like here, and then put that on the forest with the flavor text. Well, not the black dragon. I put the green dragon on the forest, right? So you've got this text on top of like this art. Bing bong. That's another one. Then lastly, another project I'm working on is I'm collecting all the shiny Dunland Crebanes that are available to me. Whenever I put an online order, I check for the shiny Dunland Crebanes, and my goal is to foil peel these onto swamps. So I think this like flying kind of like raven bird horror from Lord of the Rings just is like perfect art for swamp. So that's my other one. I think I have like 18 of these so far. And then who knows what I would do with them, but that's one of my long-term goals. Use an old press like cannabis with the heated 3-ton press to flatten out my foils. The thing is, like, just like where I live, it's a super. It's basically qualified as a desert, especially in the winter. It's so dry that that you can flatten the foils, but it doesn't take long for them to curl again, unfortunately. Anyways, I think that's it for the stream. This card is done to the best of my current abilities. Who knows? Maybe I'll do it a third time and it'll be even better then. We'll see. But thanks for tuning in. I hope you have a good day. All right. Cheers.